Really go.
You're welcome to our continued coverage of the inauguration of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. 21 heads of state will throng Ghana's national capital, the Greater Accra region, and the Black Star Square. Various dignitaries and scores of Ghanaians will witness the second coming of John Dramani Mahama. And here with us at the EIB network, we'll bring you an extensive coverage. We'll bring you all the analysis and all the interviews that you're looking forward to. My name is Lily Muhammad. I never walk alone.
And of course, my name is Lantam Papanko. And we're excited about today because history is being made. There are a lot of firsts that are happening today. And we're here to make sure that we take you through each and every single one of them. In fact, we're to take you through the entire morning. Make sure that you get every angle of the coverage of President John Dramani Mahama's inauguration. This is his second coming, the first time in the history of the country that a president has served or is about to serve a second non-consecutive term. It's the very first time, Lily, that we're having a female vice president
exactly
going to be sworn in as well. We've never seen that before.
And it's also the very first time we're having such huge numbers for a governing party in parliament. So first of many, and it promises to be exciting. Yesterday at the swearing in of the speaker, he made mention of the fact that diplomacy and experience will guide his speakership and the 9th parliament. Yesterday was quite uneventful. I don't know if it was same for you. The only event that we witnessed was just a few moments of disagreements between the majority. Then it was the
the minority and the majority.
And the majority. Well,
the minority and the majority.
Where GHOne was asked if he still wanted to go ahead because that breached the constitutional rule, that it was against Article 105, and so whether or not he accepts to be sworn in, he bears the brunt of what the laws will say.
And I wonder why GHOne would insist on being sworn in. Of course, you've been declared as a winner, but there is an injunction that has been filed against you being sworn in or you holding yourself out, as member of parliament for the Akwatia constituency. And the reason why I am, a bit surprised that he would still, and the leadership of the MPP, that's the minority side, will still want him to be sworn in, is that, it's inconsequential as far as the numbers are concerned, right?
I agree.
It's not like it's going to really change the dynamics of the majority and the minority side, of the House. That extra number that comes to add up to it right now, if he's sworn in, I don't know, how consequential that is going to be. But GHOne, who is our good friend, by the way,
he's been here, a friend of the station,
right? He's been here many times. I wonder why he would decide that in spite of the injunction. And he's someone who is in the law fraternity, So I wonder why he would decide that he wants to be sworn in regardless of the consequences.
The law. You know that in the 8th parliament, there were so many times the law was tested. Maybe this time around, we'll have the law tested for further interpretation, because up until certain Supreme Court interpretations, a lot of us had our own interpretations of the Constitution. Maybe after this day, then we'll test the law and find out what the real interpretation of that particular Article 105 is. But on your screen currently, you see the numbers in Parliament.
That's what Parliament is looking like.
183 seats for the NDC currently, 4 seats for the independent candidates, and then 88 seats going to the NPP, now minority in Parliament. But what does this mean? The independent candidates have indicated that they will caucus with the majority in Parliament. Of course, who doesn't want to caucus with the majority?
Of course, if you want to bring, development to your constituency and you want to be able to lobby effectively to address the issues in your constituency, you'd want to side with a party that is in power, right? Because then you have more access to those who have the finances to be able to lobby properly to bring, development to your constituency. And so it makes sense, unless you are a party person of the NPP and you contested as an independent and you want to stay true to your party. But, you know, in this particular instance, you know, the independent candidates have indicated that they are going, including A+ and co, have all indicated that they are going to do business. So that essentially gives the majority side, or should I say the NDC side, that overwhelming two-thirds majority. You know, there is one outstanding, you know, constituency, you know, that was not part of this. Yes, Ablekuma North, because we all know the legal issues surrounding Ablekuma North. There could have also been Akwetia outstanding.
Yes.
But NSC Alkumi has decided like he's saying that. So he has been sworn in. So that makes up 88. The 88, you know, that you see. So 88 seats for the New Patriotic Party, 4 independent candidates, and then 183 seats for the NDC. That gives the NDC, as we may well know by now, an overwhelming majority. If the one seat goes to the NDC, you know, after the dispute is resolved in the courts, that will make it 184 for the NDC. But even if it doesn't go to the NDC and it comes to the independent candidates have decided, that still gives, you know, the NDC side, or should I say the majority side, that overwhelming two-thirds majority, because with 276 members of parliament, a two-thirds majority is 184.
Yes.
Right. So this is what parliament is looking like. So yesterday they were sworn in, and like you said, it was uneventful. You know, except for the singing. The singing of the NPP.
The elephant is a winning symbol. You didn't. You couldn't take the elephant to the polling station.
They said they will win to save Ghana.
But you couldn't take the elephant to the polling station. You took the elephant to the bush, and now you are trying to bring it back. You know.
Well, sometimes the elephant needs, you know, to go to the bush to go and relax and rest a little bit, recuperate, you know, nurse its injuries, and then come back better and stronger. You know, when it comes up better, so you know the kind of destruction that the elephant can cause. So if the elephant comes back, it will come and see whether it can unseat the umbrella. But of course, that's 4 years away. You know, that's 4 years away. We are not near. We are nowhere near that now. What we are going to be focusing now on is the presidency of John Dramani Mahama after he is inaugurated. So when he takes office, go into his second term, we're going to be tracking everything, because quite a lot has been said by this NDC administration in terms of all the things that they are going to do, and these are things that we can track, because these are things that off the top of the minds of anybody, they can remember. For example, you say you will not appoint more than 60 ministers. We can hold you to that. You say you are going to implement a 24-hour economy, one job, 3 shifts, right? And he's already appointed Gusitano as the man who is going to be in charge of, you know, doing the 24-hour
I think I mentioned it here before, Lantam, that out of the lot in the NDC who explained the 24-hour economy, Guzi took his time and explained it better. So out of the lot of the people who are telling us about 24-hour economy, we're going to do this, Guzi took his time. So I am not surprised that he's the man in charge, because he better understands it, obviously. But on your screen is the map of Ghana, and what it looks like currently. It's we have a lot of greenery.
It's green all around. It's green all around except in 3 regions. So we've got, when you look at the northern parts, you've got green everywhere except the northeast region, and the northeast region we know is the vice president's home region. And even with that, with the parliamentary seats in the northeast region, is split right down the middle, right? There are 6 constituencies there, 3 for the NDC, 3 for the NPP. But in terms of the presidential, you know, results, the vice president
gathered more numbers.
Gathered more numbers there. And then we've got the Ashanti region, obviously, has always been the World Bank of the NPP, and so you know that they would always win in the Ashanti region. But the NDC made some serious inroads into the Ashanti region by taking how many seats in the Ashanti region? 10?
10.
Also seats in the Ashanti region, right? And then the eastern region, which is the home region of the president as well. So
it was quite interesting that the home region of the president could not give them overwhelming numbers. This is the home region of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Yes, it is.
The man who has been in charge, up until yesterday, has been in charge of the country for 8 years. What did he do to his people in his home region, for which they decided that, well, they are nonchalant, they are despondent, they do not care about the elections, because there was apathy in that region. But it was quite surprising.
There was apathy in the Ashanti region as well. It's one of the reasons.
World Bank.
It's one of the reasons that the folks within the NPP are ascribing to their loss. You know, you've heard people say that they didn't necessarily lose the election because Ghanaians voted against them. They lost the election
because their people decided
not to come out to vote. But the question I always ask about that is, how sure are you that in all the elections that you have won, there weren't a number of floating voters who decided that your policies made more sense and so they were going to vote for you? You know, the fact that people stayed behind and there was apathy and they decided that they were not going to vote for you doesn't mean that if they had actually gone out to go and vote, they would have voted for you. Who knows who they would have voted for?
Exactly.
Right? You never really know. The fact is, yes, there was a lot of apathy because with over 17 million registered voters, we had just about 11 million people coming out to vote. So there is a deficit, you know, of about 6 million people who decided that they were not going to vote. Right? But you can't tell me that all the 6 million people who decided that they were not going to go out and go and vote
were all NPP members.
Yeah, you cannot say that. You cannot make that analysis. Some of them are NPP, some of them are floating voters, some of them definitely
will
are
be NDC.
Yes. So, I mean, they need to, you know, go down and do a proper analysis. And I believe that the committee that has been set up to do that will actually do that proper analysis and probe it further. But now, like I said, we're looking ahead to John Mahama's presidency.
Especially his first 120 days.
His first 120 days. That's when we're going to see the ministers being appointed. We're going to see the various actions being taken already.
The scrapping of the e-levy, the Baton tax, COVID levy, emissions tax.
Everything.
But my challenge, Lantam, is I wonder how he's going to make up for the financial shortfall.
That is a good question.
Remember, those levies cushion the economy. It is for that reason that e-levy was instituted. We're paying e-levy because the economy needed some financial show up. If we are taking that away, what are we replacing that with?
You know, the finance minister who will be appointed, we don't know who it is. The last finance minister of John Mahama was Seth Tekpe. We don't know if Seth Tekpe is coming back. Julius Debra is back, you know, as chief of staff.
Chief of staff.
We don't know if Seth
Were you
is coming back.
surprised?
No, I was not.
Exactly.
I mean, it was pretty obvious that Julius Debra was always going to be the chief of staff, you know, of John Dramani Mahama. But so whoever becomes finance minister, when the first budget is read, that is when we are going to understand exactly how the government is going to raise money to do the things that they say that they are going to do. Because, yes, like you mentioned, rightly so, let's face it, the e-levy, the betting tax, the emissions levy, the COVID-19 tax, and all of this, these are major sources of government revenue
generation.
So that's a chunk of money, millions of Ghana cedis that is being taken away, you know, from government. We'll have to make up for it in one way or another. So the question, like you put it, where is the money going to come from? We will need to be told. How are you going to make sure that you know, what are we widening the tax debts? You know, for example, government. If
you're widening the tax debt, then again, the people that you told that you are not going to tax them more, why are you taking away more tax?
No, widening the tax debts essentially will mean that there are a lot of people
who are not being taxed,
who are not in the tax net. So we are bringing them on board. So that means that we are getting more money, because if, you know, out of a taxable, you know, population, about how many, maybe about, you know, 15, 16 million, those who are, you know, able and working
to pay tax,
you know, if we have just about how many? Just about 6 or so million people who are actually the ones who are paying their tax. Obviously, the country is not benefiting from, you know, what it could fully benefit from in terms of tax revenue generation, right? So if we're able to formalize the economy in such a way that those who are supposed to be in the tax bracket come into the tax bracket, because let's face it, you know, I mean, artisans, you know, for example, a lot of artisans, for example, you know, you have a problem in the informal sector. You have a problem in your home with your plumbing. You call the plumber comes in, the plumber fixes your sink. He charges you, takes the money. He takes his money
and goes into his pocket.
Yeah, he puts it into his pocket. He's not in there. He doesn't pay any tax on it.
Will the 24-hour economy take care of this, such that we formalize the informal sector? We find a way to formalize the informal sector, because if people are not paying taxes like the informal sector workers, then how are you going to bring them into the tax net? Because mind you, They are not registered. They are not regulated. How are you going to do that?
Yeah.
Do you know their numbers? Do you know where they are?
Well, that's why digitalization was one of the things that Dr. Bawumia was preaching, right? And he believed that if we are able to digitize the economy, get digital addressing systems, everybody has a Ghana card, and it means we have a certain database with the name of every single Ghanaian in their age, you know, their biometric details and all of that. That makes it easier for us to track them, and that makes it easier for us to bring people into the tax net. So, I mean, there's one way to go. I believe that the NDC also believes in digitalization, because when you talk about digitalization, they will tell you that it's John Mahama who laid the groundwork and started it, you know, and all of that. So that is one of the ways that they can use to bring a lot more people, you know, into the tax net. So if you're able to do that and do that effectively, then of course less taxes, more people paying less taxes means, you know, more money for government. But if they are not able to do that, then I don't know whether they are going to resort to borrowing, because one of the things that they have also complained about is that this government has borrowed excessively, you know. And the thing about governments or, you know, political parties is that when you are in opposition, it's very easy for you to talk. You remember that the same comments were made by
the NPP
and Dr. Bawumia that NDC has borrowed too much and we don't need to borrow any money. The money is here. We are sitting on the money, you know, and all of that. And then you come into office and the amount of debt that you have added to the nation's debt stock is astronomical. We've not seen it before. Our debt is almost 800 billion Ghana, within the region of about 750 or so
750
billion
yes, that's true.
Ghana cedis. That is the current debt stock of the country. Mind you, we've got loans to pay.
Need to service our loans.
In fact, this year, we are beginning to service some of our debts in terms of the DDEP, you know, and some of these other things and all of that. We are supposed to start servicing our debts.
Just last week, we made some financial commitments. So if we means that we're taking more out, remember we're under an IMF program.
We are.
And so it means that we're still constrained.
Yeah.
What are the measures that John Mahama is going to take differently? He's been there before.
Yeah.
He saw it. This time around, what is he doing differently? Because, mind you, Ghanaians gave him an overwhelming mandate because they felt that prior to you leaving office, the NPP preached to us that they could restore the economy. They are better managers of the economy. They will the magic one. They have an economic whiz kit, and so they can change the fortunes of the country. We voted for them. 8 years down the lane, we're still struggling. You say you can better manage because you have been president before.
Yeah.
Now we are bringing you back. What different thing are you doing?
That's all we are waiting to see, right? Based on the promises that you made. But back to Parliament, right? And, you know, speakers of Parliament. We want to take a look at a little bit of history with regard to those who have been speakers of Parliament in the Fourth Republic. So, Lily, you remember Peter Alajete?
Yes.
Peter Alajete was Speaker of Parliament from the year 2001 to the year 2005. This is when John Agyekum Kufuor became the second president of the Fourth Republic. Remember that GHOne Rawlins was the first president of the First Republic, and he served from 1993 to 2001. And then John Kufuor took over. When John Kufuor took over, Peter Alajete
was the Speaker of Parliament.
Was the Speaker of Parliament, you know, for
fondly,
So that will be the third Parliament of the Fourth Republic, right? The third Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Now this is Justice. So this was D.F. Annan.
This was D.F. Annan before Peter Alajete came in. We remember D.F. Annan. This was under John Rawlins.
So this is the first Speaker of Parliament who served a full 8-year, term. First Parliament, second Parliament. And
Alban is replicating him.
Exactly. So this was the first. Alban will be the second, to do that. So D.F. Annan under GHOne Rawlins and the NDC. So in the first Parliament, for example, where the MPP decided to boycott, it went and wrote the stolen verdicts, and all of that. D.F. Annan was there. And then from 96 to 2001, D.F. Annan
was maintained.
Was maintained. So this was the first Speaker of Parliament for the first and second Parliaments of the Fourth Republic. And then came in Peter Alajete, whom we've shown you. And then from Peter Alajete, you remember Ebenezer
Bejina Sechi
Hughes.
Yes.
So
from 2005 through till 2009. Interestingly, after D.F. Annan, all the speakers had a one-term limit.
Yeah.
You know, after their tenure.
Not a limit, but you know,
after the four-year mandates, Parliament decided to change them.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing a bit of repeat of history. Now, the repeat of history happens for the man who witnessed that history. Speaker Bagbing was there in the first Parliament, second Parliament.
He's been there from the beginning of
till the seventh Parliament when he decided to hang his boots. He came back to the 8th Parliament as Speaker, and he's returning to the 9th Parliament.
I remember before Sechi Hughes came, you know, when the 9th for them to nominate a Speaker came, they still put forth Peter Alajete.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Regina Sechi Hughes, of course, came out on top because of the numbers that the MPP, you know, had in Parliament. I mean, had Alajete won again, he would have served Peter as well, of course. You know that was not going to happen. So from Regina Sechi Hughes, you know, then we went into the next Parliament with Joyce Bamford Addo.
The only woman.
Yeah, Joyce Bamford
Justice
Addo.
Joyce
so cool.
Bamford. Yes, very cool.
She was so cool. So cool and calm. You know, Madam Speaker, a lot of the MPs were beginning to, you know, a lot of those who had, you know, been in Parliament for quite a while and were used to saying Mr. Speaker. You know, at the beginning, used to say Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, before they had to acclimatize their minds to the fact that, hey, we have a woman Speaker.
It's a woman,
Madam Speaker is what you should be referring to her as, you know, if you
and
want to
yesterday, she was at the inauguration of the Parliamentary Museum.
Yeah.
Her very usual cool, calm, and collected self, and you know, it brought back memories of the days when she was Speaker. Very demure.
Yeah, very demure. That's the word. Very demure. So Joyce Bamford Addo, then to Edward Ajaho, who is actually one of the individuals whom before Alban was renominated was being tipped to return.
Yeah,
you know, to come and be Speaker. Yeah. His name, you know, was bandied around for a bit. A lot of people thought that he would make a fine Speaker. We know that he was a member of Parliament.
Sure.
He was a member of Parliament right through to 2012, the 2012 elections, and he actually won his seats. But then when he was nominated, he had to step down from his role as MP, and then a by-election, you know, was held in his constituency, and so Dua Ajaho became the Speaker from 2013 to 2017, Edward Dua Ajaho there. And of course, from Edward Dua Ajaho, then we moved to
the professor himself,
Mike Okoye, former MP for Dom Kwabenya.
Our constituency.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's our former MP there.
Professor Errol Mike Okoye. Was from 2017 to 2021, right? And you know, he became one thing that he did in Parliament became a subject matter of reference towards the end of the 8th Parliament with regard to the vacation of seats. Right? People always refer to his ruling. You remember that the MPP as a party wrote to Errol Mike Okoye. Errol Mike Okoye declared the seat vacant. You know, not too much of it. But when, you know, the tables turned and the issues were raised in Parliament, people were now saying that Mike Okoye was wrong in his ruling because
but at the time it was right. Because he obviously served the purpose.
Well, what did the Supreme Court tell us eventually? It told us eventually that
there was an interpretation.
Yeah, that he was Errol Mike Okoye was wrong. You know, essentially in that 5-2 majority decision, you know, by the Supreme Court. So Errol Mike Okoye there ended his tenure. Then came in our current Speaker of Parliament, Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagbing, presiding over, you know, it's history, right? Alban Bagbing seemingly has become a man of history.
Yes.
Because he was there at the beginning.
Yes.
He has seen it all.
And he's still there when Parliament is continuing.
From 92. Yes. I mean, from 93.
Right from, well, he was elected in 92. So from 93, when he became a full-fledged MP, went on through till the 7th Parliament.
Yeah. So when it comes to Parliament, he's an institution.
Okay. Yes.
He's an institution.
Yeah.
And I think it's good because he has that wealth of experience.
And yesterday at his he mentioned, after giving his speech, he mentioned that he's coming into the 9th Parliament with more experience.
Yeah.
And this time around,
more experience than any parliamentarian ever in the history of the Fourth Republic.
He's going to employ diplomacy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the 8th Parliament. Even some of his colleagues in the NDC in Parliament called him a tyrant. They called him a dictator.
That was Muntaka Mubarak.
Yeah.
Remember that there was a spark. Even at a point in time, Osei Chairman Sabons, when was my majority leader, had a banter, with the speaker, right? Did a press conference.
And even the NPP majority under the leadership of Apingo Makin called him one who is ruling Parliament as though it's his own, bona fide property.
But I think at every point in time, he's demonstrated his understanding of how parliamentary processes are supposed to work, right? Because he's been there, a young MP, served as minority leader when the NDC went into opposition, very young minority leader when NDC went into opposition. The NDC came back into office, served as majority leader, then moved to the first deputy speaker role, decided that he was going to bow out of parliament, and then
he came back.
So
he comes with a wealth of knowledge. I mean, it shouldn't be taken away from Alban. Sometimes you may disagree with him, but he understands how Parliament works. Because, mind you, he's been there from the very first one. So he's gone through the mill, he's seen it all, he's seen presidents come, presidents go, he's seen how to conduct business in Parliament. So when he makes certain pronouncements, he's coming from history. And,
having a certain understanding,
exactly,
of how the processes are supposed to work, right? And we know that he's going to bring that experience to bear here as well, because he has presided over arguably the most, I don't know the word to use to describe, yesterday we were asking viewers, how you describe the 8th Parliament, if you were supposed to use one word, right? But, a parliament which is split right down the middle with equal numbers, such that there is just one independent candidate who added his number to the MPP side, so they're making them the majority group, right? So every single MP showing up in Parliament at crucial moments was consequential. It is in that Parliament that it got to a point in time when decisions have to be made, no matter where you are, even if you are in Afghanistan or you are in Kuwait,
some people have to be flown into the country.
You have to be flown into the country.
Some people were carried in ambulances to Parliament
just to come and vote. Because it was consequential.
It was crucial.
It was crucial and consequential. You remember the time where Joseph Osei-Owusu was presiding, and there was an issue about whether or not, if you assume the role of the speaker at that particular point in time, and you are still an MP, you can vote. You remember that he presided when it was time to vote. He left his seat and he went to vote, and there was a lot of controversy around it.
Because they needed the numbers.
They needed the numbers, right? So that was a very, I still can't find the right word to describe that Parliament.
But my challenge is, will the 9th Parliament make Parliament interesting? Because, mind you, in the 8th Parliament, every caucus needed their full complement. But in the 9th Parliament, well, you need not everybody in the house.
Not everybody in the house. And you see that picture. There were some allegations, about this. When they needed to vote, and they needed everybody to be in the chamber. And there were people who were saying there was somebody in the chamber who was impersonating another MP. And these pictures, were flying around, right? That supposedly was a picture of our MP, our outgone MP. Now we have a new MP. Yes. Makudugu is a new MP.
Interestingly, when a woman left, another woman replaced her.
And she was sitting down in Parliament. So remember, you see these videos, and she wasn't saying anything to anyone. And people were saying that this is not Adwoa Safo, and it's somebody who has impersonated her, because Adwoa Safo was out of the country and they couldn't bring her into the country, right? But Adwoa Safo insists that she's the one, and she's been there.
Any of her
she didn't talk to
her usual self, regardless of, whatever was happening in the NPP at the time, regardless of what was happening in her life, you didn't see Adwoa Safo in her usual elements. So I'm sure that's why people were...
up till now, there are allegations that she's not the one. Up till now, a lot of the MPs, especially on the NDC side, insist that she's not the one and she was an imposter. But Adwoa Safo says she's the one, she was there, and she voted. And this was during the E11 shenanigans, right? So it's been a very interesting Parliament. And I was telling you yesterday, Lily, here on the show, that, I have some disappointments. I'm a bit disappointed in the 8th Parliament, because the things that we felt they could have done in terms of being a proper check on the executive arm of government, really wasn't there. It was still business as usual, right? That the majority will have their way. The minority will have their say. In this particular instance, it was not supposed to be the case. And we saw certain attempts, right? You remember even the approval of some ministers, and all of that, right?
You remember K.C. Hammond at some point said they will not approve me,
Yeah, and remember the NDC was, the party, NDC as a party at a point in time was disappointed in their MPs for approving, for allowing the approval of certain ministers to, to go through, and all of that. Essentially, the NPP were still able to get through whatever they wanted to do. You remember there was a time where they decided that they were not going to pass a particular budget.
Yes.
Then the next time, the NPP came in and at that particular point, the NDC decided that they were also not going to show up. And at that point, I said that, look, if you were really determined, you should have showed up and then do the numbers game. And let's see if all the NPP people will show up to be able to come and approve the budget again. But they decided not to show up, and then they came. It's the same thing with the e-levy. We thought that they were going to use their numbers at a point and all of that. So I was quite disappointed because a lot of things that I felt we could have, done. It's just that we saw a little bit of it come, into play in the latter, in the latter parts.
As the 8th Parliament was
in terms of the tax exemptions, some of the two Supreme Court Justice nominees, having been vetted, they were supposed to be approved. They've not been approved up to now, so maybe they'll have to go through the 9th Parliament all over again. I don't know if they are.
well, now that they don't have, the NPP doesn't have the full complement of majority numbers as to whether.
I'm curious as to know. I'm curious to know how that will even work, because that work was done by the 8th Parliament, the vetting, but the approval was never done.
Yeah,
and these are people who were nominated by then President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. There is a new president, so he may have his own. So I think that falls in the water. I think those two nominations fall in the water.
They've been vetted, remember?
Well, they've been vetted, but
that's the only outstanding one. That is if they will be approved by Parliament.
The free SHS bill wasn't, approved, and all of that.
And all the tax exemptions, will they still go through? That's something that we're also looking forward to. But I'm sure that this 9th Parliament is something that you out there is also looking forward to. Will the NDC not disappoint Ghanaians? Mind you, we say that we're not impressed about the 8th Parliament. Now that they have the full complement,
what would they do with it?
Exactly.
But let's take a look at the swearing in of the Speaker of Parliament of the 9th Parliament, Alban Kingsford Sumana Bakwe.
Honorable Speaker, we will start with the oath of allegiance. Do kindly say after me.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bakwe,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
And integrity of Ghana.
And integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve, protect,
and defend
the
Constitution
of
the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Now we will have the Speaker's oath. I,
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bakwe,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the integrity.
That I will uphold the integrity.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
that I will faithfully
and
conscientiously
discharge my duties
as Speaker of Parliament, and that I will uphold,
preserve, protect,
and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor affection or ill will. So help me God.
It is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for His grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To Him be all the praise and honor. Honorable members of Parliament elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of Parliament. As the standard orders of Parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor.
So that's Alban Kingsford Sumana Bakwe, Speaker of Parliament for the 8th Parliament, now Speaker of Parliament for the 9th Parliament, right? The first Speaker to serve under 2 different political administrations, right? Serving while his party is in opposition.
And when his party is now
in power, you know, so yeah, that is a man of many firsts. He's a history man. Yeah. He's a man making a lot of history.
We should call him a political historian.
Political historian. Yeah. Now we can say that about Babri is parliament. Everything parliament is
everything revolves around him. And you know, prior to this day, I mean, even before being recommended.
Yeah.
He made a few statements, a few pronouncements that, those people whose seats are in contention, I will not swear them in. It's as though he knew he was going to be made speaker again. So it's not surprising that. And I mean, even before this day, some members of the NPP still recommended that Alban be made speaker of the 9th Parliament, as well as the current leadership of the various benches, the front benches. That's the minority side and the majority side.
I mean, they'll be maintained essentially. Yeah. You know, but there is one change.
So the front bench,
I think there's one change in the NPP
Patricia
side, right?
Appiaje. Yeah. And then Jerry. You know, Jerry is a first timer.
Yeah.
And yesterday he was following some of the front benches, the leaders of Parliament, and I think that it's important that the new entrants be given certain opportunities so they can learn on the job.
Yeah, I'm sure they will definitely learn on the job. There are, I mean, about 100 or so new faces. In Parliament. That's quite a lot.
Quite
a lot. You know, that's a significant, about a third, or a little more than a third. You know,
a significant number of parliamentarians
who are entering the chamber for the very first
who will have to learn the rudiments of Parliament.
Yeah,
and
but the older ones are there to guide them. But I think that's why it's even more important that Alban Bagbing is speaker, right? Because of the experience, you know, that he has, you know. But talking about the front benches, obviously, Alexander Kwamna Afenyomakin remains the leader of the NPP caucus. He's now the minority leader. So he is
from majority leader to minority leader
to minority leader. You know, the minority leader role that he did not want to go into. Remember when there was
well, at the time
he said spiritually it's not even good for him to go and sit.
At the time he was majority leader.
Minority side. You know, of course, at the time he was majority leader legitimately. So he made everybody understand that he is the majority leader. So nobody should say anything even after the seats were declared vacant. It was quite chaotic how, you know, the 8th Parliament ended, right? It started in chaos and it ended in chaos.
Exactly.
Started in chaos, fisticuffs, throwing blows, snatching ballot papers, chewing ballot papers, you know, ballot booths being kicked down, all kinds of chaos, soldiers invading Parliament. Charlie. It was bad.
And then it ended. For the arrests of the president's ADC.
Well, they say he led the soldiers into Parliament.
He led the soldiers into
That's what they are saying. But
and up until now, we don't know what the investigation surrounding the soldiers' invasion into Parliament had led to. I mean, who asked them to go? What warranted them going into Parliament? Did they anticipate chaotic scenes in Parliament? And so for which they decided to go into Parliament. And then another seat that was in contention that he still remains at the front bench is Frank Anodompre. You know, he still remains a member of the front bench. You know, there were some gunshots in his constituency. Some members of the NDC are calling for his arrest. That, I mean, he pulled the trigger and all that.
So, I mean, by and large, the leadership of both the NPP and the NDC remain the same. So the MPs were sworn in. 275 MPs were sworn in
instead of the 276.
Yeah, 275 MPs were sworn in yesterday. Let's take a look at their swearing in.
May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that through faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats.
So that is the swearing in of the 275 MPs. We'll see how that one constituency plays out in court. We know that the NDC is still contesting, those 3 seats that were declared again in favor of the NPP.
Yes.
They are still contesting that.
That's Tema Central, Okankwe Central, and Techiman.
And Techiman South.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's still one which is outstanding.
The Ablekuma North
constituency.
And then January 13, they are back in court to decide. So quite an interesting one. But let's go back to election 2024. This election, or the just ended election, will go down in history as one that was historic. Looking at the numbers, I mean, we're, like you mentioned in our precursor, that first of many.
Yeah, first of many.
Yeah,
a lot of history has been made, 2024 elections. The very first time, that we had a a presidential candidate conceding defeat so early.
Yes.
So early.
I mean, at some point, it destabilized the base because a number of the constituencies had not been declared. If he had not, I don't know what would have happened if he had not considered early. But I'm sure every political party has their strong room. They have their numbers. They have the.
I mean, they can see the numbers. I don't think it's so. What does it mean? Because he conceded early, it destabilized their base, and because of that, they took their eyes off the ball and allowed the NDC side to steal the seats. Is that what we are insinuating?
They did not steal, but you see,
so
and a number of the seats that are in contention probably could have been avoided, because then a lot of people felt that, then it's a done deal. So people were destroying things, you know, especially some members of the NPP and the NDC as well. They felt that, oh, anyway. But probably his concession also saved the country a great deal, you know. So let's see Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia conceding to now President. In just a few hours, he will take the oath of office, John Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things: Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party.
Yeah, so that was the beginning of the end of the NPP administration. That's where it all began, right? The beginning of the end of the NPP administration with that concession speech by Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and subsequently, we saw the other figures trickling in with a number of parliamentary seats, and eventually this is where we are today. One of his very final acts as vice president was visiting the Kantamanto market yesterday. He made a donation of 200,000 Ghana cedis. After
fire ravaged,
he made a donation of 200,000 Ghana cedis to those at Kantamanto yesterday. His last act, public act.
As vice president.
Before leaving office at midnight.
Because his tenure ended at midnight this morning. So as of now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be referred to as former vice president. Will the NPP return Dr. Bawumia? I had an interview with former national chairman of the NPP, Freddie Blake, who mentioned that, it will be in the interest of the NPP to bring back Dr. Bawumia. I have had some leading members of the NPP also say that the NPP should maintain Dr. Bawumia.
That it will be in the interest of the NPP if they do so. Why will it be in the interest of the NPP if Dr. Bawumia comes back?
Well,
according to Freddie Blake,
I think what he wanted to put across was the fact that, well, Dr. Bawumia, if you look at the crop of the people that went into the race for the flag bearership, he had the numbers, he has better understanding of the grassroots. He's crisscrossed the 16 regions. He's interacted with the core base of the party. So he has a seeming understanding of the party and what he needs to do differently. Mind you, he went into this election with a former president. He will come back as a former vice president who was in power, who understood the economic dynamics of this country. He will have the opportunity to observe the tenure of John Dramani Mahama again as president, the economic dynamics of the country again, and so he will be informed going forward as if he's made the candidate of the NPP essentially. But I mean, I think that they should open the pool again like they did.
I'm pretty sure there'll be primaries, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of faces that will come up to contest in the NPP's next primaries. I don't think it's going to be a wholesale endorsement of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia again. But of course, that's far into the future. It's not here yet, and so we'll see how all of that plays out. The man of the moment now is John Dramani Mahama, who is going to be sworn in again today, and this is why we're bringing you this comprehensive live coverage of that. We'll take you to the Independence Square, which is looking very nice and very patriotic with all the Ghana flags, and the place is looking very nice. It's looking very, very nice. And so the swearing in will be done. He will be the first president to be sworn in how many times?
3 times. Yeah. Quite an interesting one. First of many in this country. I think that
he's also a history man.
You know, from assembly member to MP.
Just like Alban Bagbin, he's gone through the ranks.
Yeah, he's gone through the ranks.
MP.
I agree. He's gone through the ranks. He was minister, vice president. He became president. We booted him out. He said, "I will not sleep." He came back.
But was he really an assemblyman? That's what they are saying.
Yeah, was he? He was. Yes.
I don't think he was.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't think.
The man says he was.
But I think he was. But from MP, to deputy minister, vice president,
and then president. Yeah, he was a man who went to work one day who left home as vice president to go to work. He came back home as the president of the republic. So he's also lived history in this country. But let's take a look at the trajectory of John Mahama's life as he's taken the oath 3 times.
John Dramani Mahama. I, John Dramani Mahama.
Nipa bako pe. Ena Ghana for. Show na juma so on there be. Ura. Wa de enso ani. Enko yie. Titase.
I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation.
Congratulations, sir.
I also give thanks to God for preparing a table before me in the presence of my enemies.
President John Dramani Mahama was born on 29th November 1958 in Damongo, the then capital of the West Gonja district of the Northern Region, to Emmanuel Adama Mahama, the West Gonja constituency MP and the first regional commissioner of the Northern Region under Ghana's first leader, President Kwame Nkrumah. He received his basic education at Achimota Basic School and later moved to the Ghana Secondary School in Tamale. In 1981, he received a Bachelor of Arts degree in history, but was forced to flee to Nigeria, where his father was living in exile. He returned to Ghana in 1983 and enrolled in a postgraduate program in communication studies at the University of Ghana and a postgraduate degree in social psychology from the Institute of Social Sciences in Moscow in 1988. Mr. Mahama was employed as an information officer at the Embassy of Japan in the Republic of Ghana from 1999 to 1995 and moved on to join the non-governmental organization Plan International as a sponsorship and grants manager in the Ghana country office from 1995 to 1996. It wasn't until 1996 that John Dramani Mahama entered Ghanaian politics. He joined the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and was elected to the Parliament of Ghana to represent the Bole Bamboi constituency. 2008 was a defining moment for Mr. Mahama as he partnered the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills to helm the affairs of government from 2009 to July 2012. On Wednesday, 7th January 2009, John Dramani Mahama was sworn into office as the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. On 24th July 2012, Then Vice President Mahama became president, assuming command of the nation following the death of GHOne Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And when the December 2012 presidential election rolled by, Mr. Mahama won a new term with 50.7% of the vote, marking his first time being elected president.
My fellow Ghanaians, my brothers and sisters, a while ago I phoned Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and offered him my congratulations for emerging the winner of the 2016 presidential elections.
In 2016, however, John Mahama lost the election by a significant margin to Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Mahama's loss was attributed to several factors.
Let me make a distinction between what Ghanaians call dumso, that is outages. What we're going through currently is a load management or load shedding, if you prefer to call it that, created by an act of God. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay, what that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country.
Regarding Mr. Mahama's potential return to the presidential race, by early 2017, the idea of him contesting again had become a topical discussion. His younger brother, businessman Ibrahim Mahama, was reported to have said that the family advised John Mahama not to contest the 2020 presidential election. As the NDC primaries approached, Mr. Mahama's candidacy was confirmed. In the 2020 general elections, John Mahama and the NDC faced off against Nana Akufo-Addo and the NPP. The election saw a fierce competition, with Mr. Mahama seeking to reclaim the presidency after his 2016 loss. In the parliamentary elections, the NDC made notable gains. After losing ground in 2016, they managed to regain approximately 30 seats, improving their position in the Ghanaian parliament. In the presidential race, Mr. Mahama filled the deficit from the previous election, running against Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Mahama's candidacy was part of the NDC's rescue agenda, which aimed to restore what they considered to be the shortcomings of the Akufo-Addo administration. Following the election in 2021, the NDC contested the results, alleging that the electoral process had been marred by irregularities.
We are unable to accept the outcome of the election as declared by the Electoral Commission chairperson, Mrs. GHOne Mensah. These results are flawed and discredited.
The party called for a review of the outcome, but despite their effort, the Electoral Commission upheld the results, declaring President Akufo-Addo as winner of the 2020 presidential election with the backing of the Supreme Court. With the lessons learned from the 2020 elections, the NDC, led by John Dramani Mahama, set out to reset the country. One of the NDC's key promises was its 24-hour economy policy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24-hour economy clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people.
But what did the NPP think about this?
How are you going to guarantee us a 24-hour economy when you couldn't keep the lights on for 12 hours a day?
If someone says I'm bringing 24-hour economy and that my information is one is to play and bring some ridiculous explanation of something that is completely irrelevant and it's embarrassing.
24 hours majority. 24-hour majority.
The race leading up to the 2024 elections can be described as one for the history books. The stakes were high, and the political landscape was charged with intensity. The NPP, led by Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, sought to convince voters that their approach would better serve the future of Ghana.
The victory is not mine, but ours. We said it was possible.
Although polls showed favorable projections for GHOne Mahama, many political analysts noted the gap between him and Dr. Bawumia was narrow.
In January, we did a poll, a hypothetical poll, between if it is Mahama against Bawumia, if it's Mahama against Alan, who would you vote for? And in that month, I think Mahama was 48% and Bawumia 42%.
The stage was set for an election that was not only focused on personalities, but also on visions for Ghana's economic future.
You have a decision already. That's what I've already told you, that Mahama is going to win. Somebody cannot sit at home and predict for us. You see, to me, Mahama is going to win. Their prediction. I still stand by Nana Bawumia. I'll vote for Bawumia or Bawumia.
But what we cannot deny was that Mr. Mahama was on the minds of the NPP. Despite their efforts to highlight the achievements and future promises of Vice President Dr. Bawumia, the NPP could not escape the shadow of President Mahama. His presence in the political discourse seemed to dominate much of the party's messaging, so much so that they kept slipping up and mentioning his name in the wrong circumstances.
Ghana, for yesramo, it's yesrase. Mama yemfa yetu yabano emfama eye John Dramani ayam.
January 2017 till date, i.e. in the Akufo-Addo Mahama Bawumia era.
Then came 7th December 2024, and with it, the long-awaited election day. The atmosphere across Ghana was electric as citizens headed to the polls with high hopes and expectations for the future. But behind the scenes, there was tension. The stakes were higher than ever before. By evening, the atmosphere had shifted from excitement to uncertainty, with both parties claiming early victories and preparing for the final count. But by the morning of 8th December 2024, the verdict was out, with Vice President Dr. Bawumia conceding defeat.
From our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process.
The news of Dr. Bawumia's swift acceptance of defeat took many by surprise. For a party that had spent months highlighting its successes and positioning itself as the better choice for the future of Ghana, the sudden concession felt like a shift in strategy that many NPP supporters were unprepared for. The concession, while graceful, left a lingering question in the minds of the NPP faithful. Was the party truly prepared for the political shift that had just unfolded?
Drew baby yesu and the Drew baby so yesterday. Se Drew ebra was so soon, that's a one soon. Ya come once. Yes, I see idea. I near na ahwe agu. Enti anya hwe agu na ahwe agu no. Anya no ani ade a was ye hwe, was ye hwe. Na mum de hia pa ne se akwa be so ne yebetimi afa. The
NDC, however, was ecstatic, taken to the streets to celebrate. The mood in the streets of Accra and across major cities in Ghana was one of pure euphoria as Mr. Mahama's supporters poured out in large numbers to celebrate the victory. Then, formal announcement by Electoral Commission Chairperson GHOne Mensah on 9th December 2024 sealed the deal. On his third attempt, John Dramani Mahama had successfully obliterated his opponent, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, having gained 56% in sum of the votes cast, while his party secured a 2/3 majority in Parliament.
I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished.
In his victory speech, President-elect John Dramani Mahama expressed his heartfelt gratitude to all those who played a role in his success. And with a touch of humor, he reminded his critics of the true significance of his win, quoting Psalm 23, verse 5.
I also give thanks to God for preparing a table before me in the presence of my enemies.
And who could blame him, given all he has endured and the constant jabs labeling him as a one-time president, though technically it was more like 1.5 terms. His victory feels all the more triumphant. What makes his win even more remarkable, or perhaps more embarrassing, depending on which side you're on, is that his win is by the widest margin in our country's history. More than 1 million votes, precisely 1,671,093. This is why many are referring to it as the Green Wave, a nod to his party's color and the decisive nature of his triumph. This overwhelming victory not only solidifies President Mahama's political comeback, but also sends a clear message to both his supporters and detractors. With such a commanding win, he has reaffirmed his position as a formidable force in Ghanaian politics. As the nation looks ahead to the next chapter, all eyes will be on how President Mahama leverages this mandate to navigate the challenges ahead, with his victory serving as a testament to his resilience and the strong backing of the people. The Green Wave is not just a political symbol. It's a powerful reminder of the people's voice echoing across the country.
For me, I'm very happy. The way Akufo-Addo and Bawumia mess up everything, you know. So when Mama come, I'm very happy.
As I removed for housewife as I go, I lost my phone, but I was happy with. I was good.
We are grateful for Ghanaians for voting for us. We love each and everyone.
And as history unfolds, posterity will certainly remember John Dramani Mahama not just for this triumph, but for the resilience and determination that defined his political journey. Future generations will look back at this moment as a pivotal chapter in Ghana's political landscape, recognizing President Mahama as a leader who rose above challenges and left an indelible mark on the nation's history.
So that is GHOne Dramani Mahama, the story of GHOne Dramani Mahama, his political career and how it's panned out so far. And he's going to be inaugurated today. And as you can see on your screen now, these are live videos, or should I say this is live feed from the Independence Square area. You can see the number of people who are trying to make their way into the Independence Square to witness the, should I say, third swearing in of GHOne Dramani Mahama.
The third coming.
Yeah, the third swearing in. The very first president to take over from, a president who unfortunately passed on to glory. And then he subsequently won the next election, was sworn in again. He lost, and he's won again. And he's going to be sworn in again today. So you can see a lot of people very, very excited, very happy. A lot of them in NDC party paraphernalia and all kinds of attire. Very excited that you're going to witness the swearing in of GHOne Dramani Mahama. Of course, we're going to be bringing you some updates from the ground as well, because we've got our men on the ground who are going to be engaging some of the dignitaries who are going to be thronging the place, the Independence Square, in order for the inauguration of GHOne Dramani Mahama to take place. And of course, we here in the studio are going to do our bit as well. We're going to be engaging in some discussions with regard to the various dynamics as far as this inauguration is concerned, right? We know that security is one of the big issues, and so we'll be talking a little bit about it. Security-wise, what is this event looking like? Is everything being done properly to ensure that we are safe and we are sound? Of course, there is some history being made as well today, because we're going to, for the very first time in the history of this country, have a woman who is vice president. And so we'll be doing discussions on that as well. The significance of that, what it means, and, what it potentially could do for this country's image moving forward. And, of course, what it could do for the various women all across the country who do so much for this country. We'll talk a little bit about that as well, and a host of other things. So make sure that you're staying tuned here to GHOne Television, the station that gives you your best experience. Of course, my name is Lantam, and I'm here with
Lily Mohammed.
Gorgeous.
And in studio, we've been joined by two great individuals. Lantam mentioned that it's the first time we're seeing a woman as the second person in charge of a country. Well, the first time we saw that in the United States of America. Now we're seeing that in the history of Ghana. We have a woman also in studio, Dr. Charity Binka. She's the chair, African Women Leaders Network. A while ago, some time back, we engaged her, but in her capacity as the chair. Today, she's coming to champion the women's agenda. And we also have Dr. Ishmael Norman. He's the founder and president for the Institute for Security, Disaster and Emergency Studies. We'll talk a bit about security. Look at the numbers there. What should be the security arrangement? Even before now, we've seen a number of security situations. We've seen security situations at various coalition centers, re-coalition centers. We've seen fires ravaging various markets across the country, and it feels as though we are beginning to sound like a broken record. At the beginning of every year, we see fires ravage major markets across the country. We saw that in Kantamanto, very devastating. We've seen that in Kumasi, in the wood market. We've seen that the Tamale timber market. And it's time to address it as a country. But really, did we go to sleep after every fire incident? Good morning, lady and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I trust you're doing well.
Sure. By the grace of God.
Great. Let's talk a bit about the election 2024. Your thoughts about it, especially for you, Dr. Binka. The election, the candidature of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, even before the election, sometime in 2020, she was nominated as the running mate. There were a lot of concerns from various quarters. People talked about her age. People also talked about the expertise she brought on board. She was renominated again prior to the 2024 general election. She's gone in partner John Dramani Mahama. She's also had the first of many, first Vice Chancellor. What does she bring to the table when it comes to the vice presidential slot?
She brings hope. She brings hope. In fact, when she was nominated in 2020, there were a lot of comments. People said she was too old. And then usually when you appoint a president after 4 years, somebody, if the president is not there, is a vice who should be there. We have a case where we have a woman who is far older than the president, the candidate then. And then, of course, a woman. There were a lot of complaints and all that. But I think that one thing that stands out is the power of political will.
Right.
When a government or people decide that they want to pay attention, the government decides to pay attention to the leadership of women, it can happen. We are still talking about only 40 women in parliament, now 41 or 42, 43, we are not sure. But then, if a government is determined to make sure that women are more visible, women are there in power, to be there, because after 2020 elections, people were saying that she shouldn't be sent, maybe people were even attributing the defeat to her and all that. But then, the party had confidence in her, and they put her forward again. And I was shocked. In fact, I was shocked at the energy she brought into the campaign. She went everywhere. She was everywhere. And in fact, I was inspired. I'm above 60. And I was every time I said, oh, I'm too old for this. But she told us, she showed us that it can be done. Until you say that you can't do it, then you can't do it. She showed that it is possible, regardless of your age, regardless of your sex. You can do it. This woman was everywhere. I was privileged to also have an encounter with her during the she met some journalists, female journalists.
I was there with you as well.
Oh, yes. And the energy she brought into the room. She was articulate. She was on top of issues. She had patience for everybody to listen. And I was just admiring her. I was like, wow, we can do it. We need to be given the opportunity to do it.
You know, I can sense a lot of excitement in your voice as you talk about this. That's something that is exciting you very much. Where is the excitement coming from? Is it coming from the fact that it is a woman who is now becoming the vice president, and we've never seen that before, or it's coming from, somewhere else, a myriad of other factors? Where's the excitement coming from?
It's coming from the fact that, first of all, she is a woman. And not only that she's a woman, she has shown that she brings in a difference into leadership. She has enriched the process, the campaign. Oh, I'm excited. There are some people who never dreamt that this day will come, that will see a woman elected in Ghana as a vice president. It's something that people would never have dreamt of. And the fact that she could actually go, she would campaign so well, and it was everywhere. She didn't at any point show any sign of tiredness or anything. She was just there. And she was on top of issues. One of the things that she brings into leadership, into this whole discussion, this new era, or this government, is her level of articulation, her capacity. She brings some skills that is going to not only as I wouldn't call her a politician as such. She came in with skills. She came with expertise. But she came in because she was given the opportunity.
Sure. And
I think that it should be, and I'm happy that she already has her job cut out for her. The NDC manifesto clearly spells out what they want to do for women in this country. They want to see to it that 30% of women are elected into leadership, all positions in this country.
Affirmative action.
And that the 30%. Now, not even, and also in that manifesto, they talk about making sure that they fully implement the Affirmative Action Act, the law. Because we have several laws which are just lying there, the Domestic Violence Act and all that. How many people have we had being, sentenced for this or that for domestic violence? We still push these issues under the carpet because the thing has happened within the domestic sphere. So let's just handle it over there. So I believe that if they have put in their constitution, in their manifesto, that they want to push the gender agenda, she's at the right place to do it. And not only their manifesto indicating what they want to do for women, she has come at the time that we have an affirmative action law. Yeah. So she has everything that she needs to use to make sure that the 4 years will be impactful. The 4 years will be 4 years of seeing women in leadership. And we are watching, and we are hoping, and we are trusting, not hoping, we will have to demand it. We have to demand what they said they will do. And we are there to support.
So these are your expectations.
And the expectation
for the vice president.
Yes, the expectation. I'm excited because she's coming as a first female coming as vice.
There have been a lot of firsts, when it comes to women in this country, right? From the Chief Justice, Speaker of Parliament, Chief of Staff, what?
And now Vice President.
And now Vice Presidents. Where will you place this? Because we've had a lot of women in so many of these high, sensitive positions, right? Yes. So where will you place this one?
At the highest level, because she's the second in command now. And you see, the fact is that if you are not at the decision-making table, you are not at that level of making policy or changing things, you will just be part of the menu. You'll be eating up. But she's going to be there.
She's going to be there.
She'll be there.
In the thick of affairs.
The thick of affairs.
Nobody's eating anybody up.
No, she'll not be eating up.
Yeah, but it's not what we do. It's not what the men do to the women in this country. When they are the decision.
Let's hear from Dr. Norman then.
Literally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The vice president elect is beyond being a woman.
Sure.
She's a self-actualized human being. A professor, you don't get that just by being there.
Yeah.
Beyond the academic or professional credentials, she is an accomplished parent, raised very successful children. This is a very moral human being. For the first time, I would like to see morality being one of the credentials of becoming a leader in this country. This vice president that we're going to have today is not somebody that you can say any negative thing about her because of her morality, integrity. She is beyond being a woman. She is a role model for both men and women because she's a self-actualized human being. And because of that, my respect, my salutation goes to her any day, anytime. In terms of expectations, I will plead with Ghanaians to lower their expectations.
How so?
Because too many people expect so much out of President John Dramani Mahama.
Are they not right to demand?
Exactly, because on the campaign trail,
the country is broken.
But President Akufo-Addo says the country is not broken.
President Akufo-Addo said he's leaving the country in a good state.
Yes.
And the country is not broken.
Can we talk about the positive?
Well, but Doc, you said the country is broken.
Yeah.
The country is broken.
We should lower expectations.
Yes.
But Ghanaians voted for this administration, which is taking over today.
The man has 4 years to fix somebody that somebody has broken in 8 years. So he's going to do the best he can. Everything he's going to achieve, he's going to do, is in the social contract.
Right.
Within the 120 days, if it doesn't happen, it's not going to happen. For that reason, Nana is going to be so busy, and the president is also going to be so busy. But they are human. They get tired. they get overwhelmed. We should continue to pray for them. I am happy that Nana is an accomplished intellectual, but at this moment, the educational side is good, but let's put our attention to the economic and social aspect. And for that reason, I think that having run a big university like Cape Coast University, one of the best universities in the world, not just in Ghana.
Yes, my alma mater. That's where I got my PhD from. So proud.
That's where you got your PhD?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So am I supposed to cry? Because I got mine from Legon?
Well, you said one of the best in the world.
It is. I believe that she's used to handling the nitty-gritty of conflict in society and human beings, expectations and all of that. She's used to handling that. And so I believe she's bringing something to the table which may not have been there if somebody else had been elected or had been nominated for the position.
This will be the second time a professor is occupying
the vice presidency seat.
We had Professor GHOne
Tamil as vice president
before he became president.
And same region.
Yeah, from the same region.
Yes. The Fantis are good.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Fantis are good, yeah. My mother is Fanti, so Fantis are good.
So is my father.
It's as well.
The Fantis make it possible.
Easily.
But anyway, back to the subject.
So I think Nana is, Professor Nana is not going to disappoint Ghanaian women. Neither is she going to disappoint Ghanaian men. This I'm very sure of. Because she's a person who pursues equity, gender equity. It's not just about women, but it's also about men. It's not only the girl child that needs pad, menstrual pad. There are a lot of young boys in this country who are going to school who have no underwear. We need to think about that also. So there has to be a balance. We're not only thinking about a girl child, because otherwise, 10 years from today, the country will be confronted with what we're going to do to salvage the boy child. We shouldn't wait till it goes to the brink of destruction.
But let's take ourselves back a bit to election 2024 on the campaign trail, the campaign periods. What was your general assessment of the various campaigns? I know that we seemingly have become a two-party state, the NPP and the NDC. But what was your general assessment of the campaign trail? Both the NPP, NDC, and all the other parties, if you would.
In terms of
I think all the political party candidates did very well. I was quite surprised the energy of JM going up and down the whole country. I was surprised. I attended a function where the Vice President Baumia said, when he hears of the name JM, he can't sleep. And so he has to be on the campaign trail. I was motivated by that statement. Because it was a very honest statement that the competition is JM and nobody else. JM didn't use Baumia as the peg of inspiration. He was already inspired by what he was going to do for Ghana. And so he woke up every day, whether he was tired or not, attending. He came to the Ghana Teachers Union where there was a governance meeting, and he flew from northern region to maybe somewhere else, Sunyani, and then came to Accra. I was expecting him to be so tired that he wouldn't be able to speak. Because as a lecturer, when I teach for about 3 hours, I know how tired I am. But he can stand on his feet and do it. The butterfly movement, they were also there. Alan was also there, moving up and down. So in terms of the general organization of the campaigns, I think we should clap for each one of the people. Bediako Shada was also doing his bit. There was also very little violence during the campaigning itself. My only disappointment is the post-election violence that are associated with the coalition of the result. And for that, I blame the EC.
You blame the EC?
Okay.
Strictly.
Why would you place the blame at the doorstep of the EC?
When coalition takes more than 12 hours, people start to be agitated, particularly given the history of finagling with figures in this country. And so every effort should have been taken into consideration to make sure that the coalition will not go that far. The Ghana police should also have done their job well. I know that they did a good job. About 8/10. By EC, I will grade it 6/10. We have had a successful election, not because of what the EC did, it's because the Ghanaians themselves are very disciplined. There are a few of us that are not. There are a few of us that are highly agitated, and it is very difficult to control them sometimes. But I think overall, this country has shown that our democracy is here to stay, and that no matter what the political parties do, we, the people of Ghana, we own this country, and we will make sure that the violence will be minimized. And so for me, generally, I will rate the whole thing as 9/10.
9/10, generally?
Generally. In terms of the conduct of the people, the police, the EC, if you take all the indicators together,
9/10.
9/10.
But in the conduct of the EC in the election, you
say
rate them
6/10.
I mean, you were trying to, and before I bring Dr. Binka in, you are trying to, or you are laying the blame of the post-election violence at the doorstep of the EC because they delayed in collation.
Yes.
And you talked about the Ghana Police Service as well.
Yes.
They were supposed to provide security.
Yes.
But you thought that they did a good job. How much blame will you give to the political party leadership? Because a lot of the post-electoral violence were by political party actors, NDC, NPP, agitating over who has won what, right? And this is where the violence comes from. Even the people who died, right? It's due to the political actors, with the gunshots and what have you, political actors. So how much blame will you lay at the doorstep of political party leadership for not being able to rein their supporters in? We all saw the scenes at some of the EC's collation centers where supporters were trying to force their way into the collation center
and at some point they burned tires at the EC headquarters.
Yes. Sure. Why, when we have two football teams on the field, there's always a referee and there are always other officials on the field. Now, why do we have the referee? Why do we have the police? Why do we have the EC? You know that this is a very highly contested election. So if you know that the contest is high, you do everything possible. Worst case scenario, if we delay for 12 hours, what will happen? Then you take precautions against that. If it's 24 hours, what will happen? You take precautions. I believe that they didn't plan. The emergency interventions that were supposed to be planned were not there. They presumed that everything was going to go hunky-dory, and it didn't. So in every election, when you delay, it doesn't matter where it is. When you delay beyond 12 hours, you are asking for a lot of trouble. So this is where I blame the EC. They should have taken all the precautions. Why do you allow? We have Ghana Police and the Election Task Force.
Yes.
Dr. Dampare made it appear as if they are the Teflon cover against any kind of violence. But they ran away when the mob started to encroach upon the coalition centers, in some of the centers. The police themselves took off.
In some instances, they had called for reinforcements.
Yes.
Exactly. So you have to create a worst case scenario when you are planning for such big mass events. And if we delay for 12 hours, this is what is going to happen. 24 hours, this is what's going to happen. And then you do the best to marshal the forces. We also know the violence hotspots in election. So you have to prepare for all of that. One of the things we don't do, I'm a disaster management specialist. And my PhD was actually supervised by Professor Binka, the husband of Madam Dr. Charity Binka.
Okay.
So the family is well connected.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of times when we're planning big events, we don't take into consideration the worst case scenario.
And we'll talk a little bit about that with regard to this. You can see on your screen there, the preparations are, I think everything is set. Of course, you saw the drummers, drumming, and everybody's just ready and excited.
In their numbers.
Yeah, numbers, just waiting for it to happen. So you can see the dancers there. You can see the front of drums. Yeah, over there. And of course, beautiful, beautiful. So we're waiting for the inauguration to happen. But Dr. Binka, let's bring you in. Of course, Dr. Norman has talked about what his assessment is with regard to how the entire process has been like right up till date. What is your own perspective?
Well, in fact, for many years I've been in the forefront trying to push the gender agenda. But this year in particular, I was extremely, with many women groups, the African Women Leaders Network, Ghana chapter, and others, we were seriously engaged in this whole process, listening. But our attention was a lot more on what the political parties, the leaders, the candidates were saying, because at the end of the day, during campaign, we were supposed to be very active and go around everywhere. So they were doing just what we were expecting them to do. We were interested in the message, because if you are a presidential candidate, you cannot engage the people, you cannot go around the country, you cannot go to the meetings, the campaign grounds.
Speak to issues. Yeah.
Yes, then you are not fit. So I was expecting that they should do what they did. But we were interested in first of all, we were worried about a number of women who lost their seats during the primaries. Yeah. So there was a lot of, we were worried that they may not even get 40% of women, 40 women in parliament this time round, because we are talking about 30%. We have only 14.5 in the last parliament. We had that, so we were worried. But we were therefore making efforts to engage them, regardless of whatever they say. When they go for their campaign, they promise the moon.
So since you say you've engaged them, sorry to cut in, but what was the critical issues on the ground as to why a number of these women lost their primaries? Was it the monetization bit? What was the challenge?
I think the monetization bit is the big one in this country now. If you don't have money, you cannot get into politics, you cannot campaign. And also, it's also competition. I've been there. Somebody else wants to get in there, and so many other reasons. The cultural issues. So many reasons come into play when women. It is not a plan today. I don't want to do lamentation, so I don't want to go into all those things. But the thing is that they lost. But during the campaign, we wanted to know, to push, at least to create. So some of us organized town hall meetings across. We went to Kumasi, Tamale. So we organize activities, bringing in traditional rulers, the youth, everybody, to come and listen and to encourage them to vote for women. We're also concerned about the security issues during the elections. So we even organized a peace march. We had one in Accra here. We went and we met political party leaders. We asked them to give us an assurance that they will maintain the peace. We wanted a peaceful atmosphere for women to go and vote. We also wanted women to be voted for, because this only one. So our message was simple. This only one country we have. We don't have any other country, and the country cannot develop where there is violence. And also we needed to change leadership every 4 years. It's a simple business to do. So there's no need for. So those people who lost their lives, which was very unfortunate. In fact, African Women Leaders Network and other women groups, plus other sister organizations from West African countries, we created. In fact, there were several situation rooms that we created during the elections. Many women groups created situation room to watch. We trained. For the first time, I was engaged in training of the youth, girls, young ladies and boys, as observing election observers.
Okay.
Which was the first time. So we wanted the youth not to stand aloof, to be interested, to know that they have the power to decide who rules them. They have a power to engage political leaders to make sure that what they promised they would do, they will do. So we wanted them to have a feel of what elections are, not only to vote, but also to observe. So some of them, in fact, our situation room, one of our observers in Yankpala, they were the first people to report the killing of the person, the death of somebody there. And they brought us live videos of the thing when it just happened, they were there. And so we sent it out, and then we issued a statement before all others got to know about it. So it was something that we as women of this country, we wanted to be part of history. We don't just want to go and vote. We also wanted to make sure that the political parties, we engage them to make sure they maintain the peace. So we are very, very, very disappointed that after the elections, we saw all this. In fact, even during the elections, when we heard about the first death, we were like, wow, not again. The last time, eight people.
Yes.
So what? So we think that we need more education when it comes to electoral education for individuals to know that all that they are asking them to do is to vote and to maintain the peace. What is it that they are fighting? Those people who died, they have died for nothing. The reason why there are people who they are fighting for, they will be, if it's NDC or if let's say it's NDC, they will, when you are, the president is inaugurated tomorrow, you become the president. That's it. But the person who is dead. You can't bring him back to life. So that is why we wanted to make sure that this year's election is violence-free. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. And going back to my brother was talking about 6/10 for the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
I would, if you give 6, then that's pass. In fact, it's even more than 50%.
Yes.
So it means that they've done well.
Have they?
No, I think that they could have done better than what they did.
So what will be your rating then?
Oh, I'll give them, because we have the election, at least we have finished the election, I'll give them 5/10. If I was going to make it 4.
I was actually expecting a 4.
I'll be generous. I'll make it 4. 5%. 5/10.
5/10.
Yes.
That's half.
That's half.
50%.
Yeah, but I'm very, very generous.
50%. That's is that a C? 50%
It's not a pass for a master's degree. It's a failure.
It's a C,
that's a failure.
Yeah.
Okay, so whichever one, but that's how
it will be referred.
Yeah, the person will have to retake the exams. But the thing is,
but what was it about the EC for you? I mean,
yes,
Doc talked about the delay in collation, the long time it took to collate results and declare results. What was it for you?
Well, I was going to after the election, I was going to say, let me give maybe 6 if somebody were to ask, but I decided to reduce the distance to -1 because I don't understand this whole thing about returning officer saying that, oh, I was forced to declare something, results. Now I mean, and then people bring in these pink sheets. Then some are photocopied, some are scanned. What is all this? The process is very clear. If you are being forced, that's why we should have security people there. They should whisk you away. You don't need to be forced to say what is not the right thing. Because me, as I'm sitting here, if I'm a returning officer and I know that there's a doubt about the results, and no matter, even if you put a gun to my mouth, to my head, the security, that's where the police should come in. The man should be able to.
I mean, the police were there. They
should be able to seek for help. At this stage, I'm sorry, I cannot do it. And then you withdraw. But you don't say, because they keep playing those scenes as when the person was declaring. I didn't see anybody pulling anybody putting a gun on anybody's there that if you don't say it will kill you. So I thought they've been trained. I don't think they just handpicked them to become returning officers or whatever. So they know what to do in difficult situations. You do not declare. In 2020, some results declared, presidential results were declared, I think 4 or 5 times. And we are hoping that this year it will not happen. Just at the Centers for Coalition, the person will say, so I don't really understand why we are going through all these things. The way people are agitated, people are fighting to make it, if it's, the person has been declared, then we will not agree that there should be recoalition, all this fight. What is that?
So you think the AC could have done better?
Yes.
In that
Yes.
that regard?
Tell them that, look, if you are in a difficult situation, you know that there's no clarity, this is what you should do. You should take cover. You should get some help. And we do. So if nothing is declared, nobody can start going around jubilating that I have won. And then the following morning I wake up and I have not won. And then people say, he has won this one. So that becomes another form of agitation. It shouldn't be there. Because the laws are clear. The guidelines are clear. So what is wrong with these people? So for me, I think that they could have done better. So that we have avoided this coalition, recoalition, this coalition, recoalition, recoalition. What is that? So that's why I lowered my grading.
That's why you lowered your grading of the EC from 6 over 10
to 5.
To 5 over 10.
But let's look at the parliamentary composition. The 8th Parliament, the 9th Parliament. You talked about the women numbers. We had 20 at par, 20 here, 20 here. Now we've added one more. That is, we'll see if we have more numbers after Abli Kumanot. Well, regardless, it will still be a woman, because if it goes for the NDC,
because they're both women contesting.
For the NPP is a woman. But let's look at the parliamentary composition, how Parliament conducted itself right from the inception of the 8th Parliament to its end, and then the beginning of the 9th Parliament yesterday or this morning. At 12 midnight.
I mean, yesterday on the show, we were asking our viewers, if you were to describe the 8th Parliament in one word, what word would you use to describe the 8th Parliament? Now, the 9th Parliament has started.
Yes.
Duly, properly constituted. But for the 8th Parliament, the hung Parliament, how would you describe?
Very exciting.
Exciting.
Is it?
Very exciting.
Dr. Norman, what about you? What word would you use to describe the 8th Parliament?
You said I should use one word.
I think it was good. It was good and bad.
It's a one word.
So maybe you want to explain the good?
We can now unpack it.
Exactly.
The good means that they paid attention to each other's views on the floor of Parliament. The political views of the parties were quite well exhausted before any passage of any bill was done. The bad part was that the whole process was monetized. A lot of money was spent to parliamentarians, paid to parliamentarians to do the job that they were elected to do. They wouldn't publicly say it, but it was happening.
Are you referring to the allegations that were made?
It's an allegation.
Former MP for Asante.
This is not an allegation.
About a certain businessman.
It is not an allegation.
Coming to Parliament to
no,
try
a
and
certain businessman. Even the party in government itself were financing quite a bit of disagreement so that they will have an agreement, compromise.
Really?
Oh yes. Our Parliament was actually adulterated by the process of passing laws, by the process of monetizing the whole process of lawmaking in Ghana.
Monetizing. Giving MPs money to do their work.
Yes.
That you already paid to do.
Yes. And it shouldn't have been.
Based on what do you say
exactly.
this, Dr. Norman?
Based upon evidence I've collected from parliamentarians themselves.
You have evidence to this effect?
Maybe they wouldn't come out to say, and I wouldn't disclose their sources, but they have themselves.
But that's corruption, isn't it?
It is.
Would you refer to the orality?
Oh, I love the oral.
So would you refer to the evidence that you've gathered? Would you take it to the oral?
If I'm invited, I will say it.
But I mean,
those people,
they're asking for information.
Those people are actually there. Look, if you've been listening to my hometown MP, Apiakobi, is there anything else he needs to say to tell you that a lot of shenanigans, financial shenanigans were going on in Parliament? Is there anything else he has to say? I was in TV3 studio with him. Is there anything he has to say? And he said it at TV3, Enjoy, and other places. He's not mincing any words. And if you talk to parliamentarians one-on-one, they will tell you a lot of money was changing hands by the party in power during the 8th Parliament.
Just to be able to get their stuff through.
Their programs done.
Their businesses through,
Yes. Luckily, we're not going to have that. And I love the oral. If it doesn't happen,
you love the team aura.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay.
Because
But you've talked about the bad. What about the good? Before we even come to the oral,
the good already said it.
Yeah.
They listen to each other.
Yes, is that the only good?
Yes, because it made the system a bit more true to what democracy is all about.
Okay. All right. What about you, Doc? You said exciting, right? What made it exciting for you?
I was hoping that having a hung parliament, there will be a lot of, the government side will be more accountable, they respect the other side and engage more with them when it comes to pushing policies and things. But from my observation, some of those the arguments, counter arguments in Parliament over so many. But listening to my brother now, Doctor, and talking about money changing, because there was times I was wondering why certain things were how they were, and I couldn't have any answers.
Well, you were expecting something to go in a particular direction, and then it went in a different direction.
It didn't go, and a lot of arguments, counter arguments. The end, it's just things like e-levy, that policy. Everybody, at least majority of Ghanaians were against it. How that was passed? Up to now, I do not understand.
You don't understand how it was passed.
But the minority then raised several objections.
And I think they
at some point, they staged a walkout.
Yes, but I'm not saying that anybody got money for that or not. But I think that if you abstain, if you walk out, it doesn't prevent. That will give just a opportunity for the thing to be passed. So at the end of the day, have you served our cause by walking out? No. And there's so many, I don't even know why. I was shocked. For instance, when we come to many people, I used to buy drugs, some 40 cedis, 100 cedis. Now the last time I went to buy a particular drug, it's 480, almost 500 cedis.
Wow.
And then when you go
for 40 cedis before?
Yeah, for 40. Yeah, it went to 100. Now it's 480 cedis.
Wow.
Yes. So I'm saying that after some time, I started looking at receipts I pick when I go and buy things. And then I looked, and I realized that it's only in this country that when you go and buy things, you are taxed. Then they add up the tax.
Every kind of tax.
And then they add up the tax, and then you are taxed again.
On the tax.
On the tax.
Yeah.
Before yes. So how did we get a COVID levy and all those into our tax regime? And nobody spoke against it. Or nobody said anything. How come we are taxed twice in this country? You are taxed, I buy something 3 cedis. Then they add tax to it, becomes 15 cedis. Before they add the VAT. So they tax the 50s, the VAT value added tax is now added. So I am thinking that there are so many things that we have endured or we have gone through as a country that if we had a hung parliament, the other side will always say, no, this we can push. I'm not saying that the minority didn't do their work. I didn't say the majority. I'm not saying, but I think that we could have done better. They could have done better.
All right.
So we didn't take advantage
of the hung parliament situation. I mean, that's the same sentiment that I had earlier.
Yeah.
But now the 9th parliament has been duly constituted now. They are in full force. They have their speaker, they have their deputy speaker, they have their MPs. The majority side have their leadership, the minority side have their leadership by and large, which has remained the same really, just that the tables have turned. So and Alban Backwing is the man of the moment in Parliament now because of the history that he has made, right? And seeing it all from 92 all the way till date, right? And being the first Speaker of Parliament to be a Speaker for an NPP government and an NDC government, and all of that. Dr. Norman, the man Alban Backwing, what is your, should I say, assessment of his leadership and expectations of his leadership in this 9th parliament? Assessment from when he was in the 8th parliament to expectations into the 9th parliament.
I think the Speaker, Bagbin, has shown to the world, and by the re-nomination appointment, shown to the world that merit-based employment and appointment is what we should all go for. This is a highly qualified human being when it comes to being the Speaker. Nobody can look at his credentials and say that, okay, he is not qualified. He's totally qualified. Mm-hmm. Speaker for NPP government, Speaker for NDC government, and he's been there. He's seen it all.
Yeah.
So, and he was fair during the 8th Parliament to both sides. I believe that moving forward, the challenge is going to be whether he's going to oversee a rubber stamping parliament or he's going to ensure that the minority side, the true minor minority side.
Some say micro minority.
Oh, micro. Is it micro or minor?
Yeah, some say micro minority. The minority is the minority. The minority is the minority.
Well, they are the minority,
minority,
regardless of the numbers.
You should ensure that they are protected, their views are heard. Because if you don't allow that exchange of ideas on the floor of Parliament, we don't have a democracy anymore. So that, for me, that's the biggest fear and his biggest challenge as a Speaker. I think yesterday, someone on another program was saying that this is not the first time Ghana has, one political party has had an overwhelming majority. That was Mr. Pratt who was saying that it happened also during Kwame Nkrumah's time. But
even in the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic, there was no minority.
Exactly.
There was no minority.
So it's quite debatable.
It a stolen verdict.
You know where he's coming from, so.
But anyway,
yeah, you know where he's coming from, so we can accept it as it is. But so I think for the first time, the Speaker is going to juggle his political affiliation together with the democracy that we all expect to see on the floor of Parliament. Because if the representatives of the people of Ghana are not able to voice their opinions on any issue that the government wants to achieve or pass, then I believe that the democracy will be diluted by the role that he plays. And so he has to be very straight. I know that Mr. Bagbin, Honorable Bagbin, is going to do all he can to discipline the NDC side, probably more than the MPP side.
You think so?
I believe so. Just so that there will be sanity and parity on the floor of Parliament.
Dr. Pinker, what about you?
I think he did verify. He made history where he was made Speaker in the 8th Parliament, coming from the opposition side. For me, that was historic. And I was wondering, and then he was confronted with a hung Parliament. So I was wondering how he was going to balance that. But I think he did a good job. There were occasions where the NDC was even accusing him of supporting
leadership of the NDC.
Leadership of the NDC. And there were times then, so that for me was a mark of a good leader.
Okay.
Where
that it was not any points that he was satisfying any group entirely and leaving the others.
Exactly. No. So you wouldn't.
He wasn't trying to please anyone.
Anybody, exactly.
Yes. And I think that he showed maturity and he put the country first. And I think he has to do the same this time round. Because this time round, the NDC should not be carried away by the whole issue of having this kind of
overwhelming majority.
Because if they do that and do things the way they want to do it, they will suffer a very heavy defeat come for
2020.
Because yes, before the elections, I was in a car, an Uber, and the young man, he just started talking to me and said, "Madam, we are voting just before the election. We are going to vote for change. I'm not NDC. I'm going to vote because I want change. We are tired of whatever suffering and all that. But we are giving Mahama 2.5 years. All the promises, if they change we want, we don't see, we are going to remove it." I say, "How are you going to do it?" He said, "We, the youth, we are alive and we are ready and we are prepared." So the whole country is expecting NDC to deliver on their 200-page manifesto promise. So if they go there and say, oh, because we have so much power, so we want to wield that power, we want to show that we are who we are, they will not be there come 4 years. And I think the Speaker has a responsibility to make sure that that balance is maintained, putting the country first. All the things that we want to do, they promise to do, they deliver, rather than focusing on how much power they wield, as because they have so overwhelming majority in Parliament.
Dr. Norman talked about the fact that we should hasten slowing down expectations because he says the country is broken. Shouldn't that be the portion of Ghanaians? Will Ghanaians have the patience to wait?
Unfortunately, they will not. Everybody expects things to change immediately. And according to NDC, they said within the next 100 days,
120 days.
120
first
days.
120 social contract.
So they are expecting that if you know you cannot deliver that, then you don't promise it. So this time around, it's not just going to be merely promises. People want to see
them walk the talk.
Walk the talk. And 120 days will be that we want to see what happens.
Will be the test case.
The test case. For us as women, we are also putting our ears to the ground. We are opening our eyes to see. We want to already, some people have already started making noise that these committees that they were setting up, the oral, there was no woman among them. Then there's so many people are.
Are you disappointed about that there was no woman?
Well, yes, we for instance, I think they recently formed another committee, something on security or something.
Yeah, national security.
And then
security.
Yes, and then we didn't see any woman. So we are wondering, so why? Because there are women who have served this country, if it has to do with expertise, who have served in the forces, who are retired, who are there, who have done a lot of work. So we didn't see that. So some women were agitated. In fact, just 2 days ago, among some in a group, they said we should write a petition, we should protest, we should do. I said, let's hold on. Wow. Let's hold on. Today is the day. After the 7th.
Yeah.
After the end of today,
if we send petition.
But on your screen there is former chairman of the NDC, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, arriving. Dr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo arriving at the grounds. I mean, while we've been having the discussions, we've been seeing, live video of dignitaries arriving. We've been seeing a cultural troupe engaging in all kinds of dances. That's Maireta engaged in an embrace with
she has been appointed as legal counsel to the president.
Legal counsel to the president. We know she was Attorney General in the last Mahama administration, and so things are shaping up. The cultural troupe have been doing all kinds of dances from all parts of the country, from the northern parts of the country, from the middle belt, from the southern belt. They've been doing their dances. And all is said. The place is looking very colorful with red, yellow, or red, gold, and green.
And various, kente apparel.
So all is set. We'll just wait on the arrival of the president-elect together with his vice president-elect and the chief justice who will be doing the swearing in. And you can see that quite a number of dignitaries have already arrived and are seated. And of course, you can trust that we'll be bringing you that live feed and bring you everything that is happening. That is happening on the ground. Yes, Zito Kaikwe. Yes. All right. So those are that's the live feed that we're bringing you from the Independence Square. But yes, Doc, let me come back to you.
Yes. So what I was saying is that people voted for change.
For change. They want to see the change.
They want to see the change. So it's not
and
just...
the women also voted for change.
Yeah, we also voted for change. So and we want to see the change. We want to see their 30%. So we want to see
the Affirmative Action Act operationalized.
Yeah, that one is already, it's a gradual. That one they say 30% first, and then another segment, 30, I think 35, 40. The gradual we get to 50. But we want to start with the 30 immediately. And that must start with this government. And it's also in their manifesto. So it aligns with the Affirmative Action Act or law. So they don't have any excuse at all. So those other oral, these things and all that they did, and I think one of them, they had the transition team, They had only one woman among 10. So people complain about that one. So they said, let's write. They said, don't worry. We are waiting. We are waiting after today. Because when I...
But you know, even with the transition team, there are various committees, you know, and that have women.
That is the problem. When they start talking about subcommittees, when you appoint ministers, you see that many a time the women become deputies. We don't want that. So for every appointment that we make,
we don't want the woman as second fiddle.
Yes. So after the vice, we just step in. So we put one foot inside. The next time we put the second. So we are very happy about that one. We take the vice president for now. But for other appointments, the 30%, we are claiming it.
So if you do not see it, will you petition the office of the vice president, for instance?
Oh, we don't intend to wait until the full complement. The soup is spoiled. we want to engage immediately. That this is what we are promised. As we were thinking about his planning, let's see it immediately. But because most of the time when you wait until the appointment is done, there's nothing you can do. Are you going to remove a man so that they will put the woman there?
You already have a petition prepared to send to the president to...
We don't want to petition. We want to engage.
You want to engage?
Yes, we want to.
So what is the plan? What is the plan?
Oh,
after the inauguration, which we are watching, what is the plan?
We cannot tell all. I won't tell you all the plans, but one of the plans that we have is like now we have a female vice president.
Yes.
And she's committed to gender equality.
Yes.
So we go to her. Now we have her.
You meet her.
We will meet her. Some people have already started meeting her, but we also want to meet with her and also meet with the president. We will go to the president. We will go to the vice as well.
So the president said he will appoint 60 ministers.
Yes.
Out of the 60 ministers, how many are expected to be women?
30%. That's what they promised. So we'll take that one for now. 30%.
30%
of the 60.
Of the 60.
Yes.
Should be women. Yes, Doc.
I think care has to be taken here. I have just written a big book, which is waiting to be published by Cambridge Publishing on affirmative action, feminism, gender issues. And gender issues is not only about masculine, feminine issues, but Madam Charity is also about masculine issues. And the affirmative action law needs to have a legislative instrument for a lot of companies and government institutions to know how to proceed. I know that the schedule has a layout of how it should be followed. However, I think to expect things so immediately, like today after tomorrow, the swearing in today tomorrow, to expect
pressure,
that for me is a bit not realistic.
No, but look, she's talking about appointments, for example.
I understand that.
So that's 18. That's 18. So she expects nothing less than 18.
It's nothing less.
18 ministers, right? So would it be wrong for them to say that, okay, now that you're about to do your appointments, we're engaging with you that by the time you finish with the appointments of your 60 ministers, for example, 18 of them should be women?
Because mind you, in the social contracts, President Mahama says he will, in the first 14 days, nominate for his cabinet. So if they are making a call, is it not in the right direction?
Yes, because the Affirmative Action Act is here. It's clearly spelled out how the schedule should be. 2024 to 2026, 30%. 2027 to 2028, 35%. And 2029 to 2034, we should have 50%. And if you go, the reason why we cannot, I will not accept the suggestion of Doc that we should try cautiously is that if you do not want to do something, don't promise it.
Sure.
It is in the manifesto. It's not just about this schedule I'm showing you, the progressive aspect of the affirmative action. But it is in the NDC manifesto that 30% of appointments will be reserved for women. So, and you have only 4 years. Are we going to wait slowly and be patient till the end of the term? No, it has to be now. You say Agrobeswa. Exactly.
But Doc, you want to respond. But I think probably you're also talking about broader expectations of Ghanaians with regard to the performance of the government.
Please, before the doctor comes in.
Yes.
I just want to say that when we are talking about affirmative action, we are talking about gender equality and all that. It's simply that we are not saying that men are not relevant. We are saying that we want to address an imbalance. And there has to be an imbalance. If you have a parliament of 275, the previous one, and only 40, it's an indictment on us as a country.
Especially when women are in the majority when it comes to numbers.
So as we say, affirmative action.
But the women put themselves up.
The affirmative action is a temporary measure to address certain things. So,
but on that score, did the women put themselves up to be voted for? Because I don't think there was any obstacle placed in the way of any woman in any political party from contesting for the primaries, from contesting for the elections. In fact, even in some instances, the women who were already there were protected.
Yes. You know, Lantam, she mentioned in some instances, we have sat here on GH today and had some women come onto the platform and talk about the high monetization of politics, which prevents a number of them from getting access to the decision-making table.
Yes.
Ellen Amadeko, for instance, has talked a number of times about this particular issue. So it is not as though the women do not put themselves up for the election. It is the instances that prevents the women from being elected.
So are we saying then that, and Doc, you are saying that you've written a book, a whole book about women empowerment,
I've done a lot of studies on this,
and all of that. So is it that even economically, right, as Lily would allude to, the women are less empowered economically to have the financial muscle to contest, for example, in parliamentary elections than the men would?
That is a fact. But that women economically are at a disadvantage. But we are not talking about the broader society of women. We're talking about actualized women who want to elevate themselves beyond their status right now.
In politics.
Those women should have the same amount of money and access to the same amount of money as the men. If you're a lecturer, you're a man lecturer, a female lecturer, you are paid the same amount. So if you want to contest for political position, you shouldn't be given special privileges in order to contest, because that will not be fair to men. That's what the women want. The cost of contesting is not decided by the political party. It is decided by the marketplace or political business cycle. And therefore,
so that's our founder, Dr. Pabnado for the investiture of President.
A lot of dignitaries arriving.
Yes,
we'll be running you through all of that. And these are the drummers of the mighty front on from drums.
Wow, beautiful drums.
But Doc, back to your point, Doc.
Yes.
And I know you disagree.
No. You
coming, but I want Doc to finish with the point.
Then you can make your point as well.
There's going to be a lot of legal challenges to the affirmative action. That you can expect that. A lot of challenges are going to happen.
On what aspects of it?
Because there is going to be some of the problems that, why has the United States government, Supreme Court, abolished the affirmative action program in a case Harvard versus University of North Carolina.
The affirmative action was
after 25 years.
Women, it was minorities all of those.
And they have abolished it completely because it is unfair to men in many instances. For example, I remember the MPP came out that the women who are seeking political, they should pay less than the men. It shouldn't be that. Everybody should pay the same. Compete on equal ground, and then you get the respect from the men. If you don't compete on equal ground and we make excuses for you, then it's not fair to the men. And so for me, I want to see women progress.
But aren't they coming from the point of, we've lived in a patriarchal society for so long, men have dominated, especially in Africa, for so long, that the women have been put at a disadvantage, and so we must necessarily take deliberate steps
to correcting
that, which will put the men a little bit at a disadvantage because the men are already elevated and have benefited.
I totally agree with that, my brother. However, when I was growing up as a young man, my grandmother kept telling me that you're a man, you don't behave like a woman. Even cooking was seen as unmanly act. So affirmative action is good to correct the imbalances.
And we just saw in your shot there Sam Okujeto. I think that's lawyer Sam Okujeto, elder statesman, and former member of the Council of State. Also greeting some of the dignitaries as they arrived. Of course, as we're engaging in the discussion, you know, as and when we need to talk about what you're seeing on your screen, we definitely will, so that we can carry you along, you know, with what you are watching on the screen, and of course with the discussions that we're having here in the studio as well about all of these issues. The women up there are very excited. I'm sure they are saying yes.
Dr. Charity.
Yes.
I am not opposed to affirmative action. I'm saying the modalities for the implementation has to be very carefully thought out. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of legal challenges.
Yes, but back to the question I asked, Doc, you know, about the position of men and the privileges that men have enjoyed in society and dominated for so long, and a deliberate attempt to uplift women. So based on that, if they say
that's an emotional, emotional
argument. I know.
It's a seriously emotional argument.
I know, but
the position of men were created by society. The grandmothers and the mothers have been the ones that have created this persona of men.
You alluded to the fact, Doc, that economically, you know, men are more empowered than women. So within that context, if we bring it, you know, into politics, we know that men already dominate the political landscape heavily. So in order to uplift, you know, women, and in your shot there is Jacob Zuma, that is the president of South Africa. Former president Jacob Zuma, the embattled president. We know that he had some legal issues in South Africa with regard to corruption and all of that, and he was one of the presidents who was, you know, accused of corruption, taken through the process, investigations, and all of that. And he's there in attendance at the inauguration, former president of South Africa. I mean, the current president is Cyril Ramaphosa. I don't know if he's here. I don't know if he's there at the inauguration.
Well, we have not sighted him.
We've not seen him there. But
we're expecting about 21 dignitaries coming in to grace
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, formerly of
Liberia. Yeah, she's growing.
She's grown.
She's also there.
Quite an interesting spectacle there.
So we'll be citing them, and we'll be carrying you along, you know, as and when we have. So forgive us if we cut into the discussions and tell you about what is happening on your screen. But let's let's get back to this seemingly
emotional.
No. Appointment of women to positions of authority is not an emotional thing.
It's not an emotional thing.
It's not an emotional thing.
But I just want you to address, you know, that point that I was trying to get you to make, you know, with regard to the economics, you know, of it, where men heavily dominate the political landscape, and so even they say that we should lower, for example, the filing fee for women to enable a lot more women to come in. It's a deliberate attempt to get women to the point where now there is no barrier, you know, between them. Then perhaps we can go back to like the US have done, you know, with the affirmative action.
Right. You see, sometimes when I look at Professor Nana, a woman who didn't need the support of any group of women to become the professor, to achieve the status that she did. That, for me, is an exceptional quality. Nobody can ever discount her abilities and her achievement. Now, if she was being promoted because she's a woman, if she was being promoted, being professor because she's a woman, nobody will respect her. So we have to be very careful about that. You see, so if you're going to appoint women, you should appoint the women who are qualified to be there. It's not because of their gender, but because of their qualification. And that is why NDC communicators have been saying the appointments are going to be merit-based appointment, not simply because of whether you have a female member or a male member. So for me, I have nothing against affirmative action. I have a daughter. I would like her to to move up in her profession. But I have a son too, and I would like my son to also move up in his profession, not be discriminated against because he happens to be a man.
But Dr. Baker, is it not a valid point that Dr. Norman makes? But should it be just about uplifting women, or should we be looking at the competence of the women that we are appointing?
What the argument is put up, I'm not surprised, because I've heard it over and over again. Over the years.
In your line of work.
Exactly.
Yes.
And if you are a man, it's easy for you to put up that argument, you see. There are so many qualified women in this country. What you need to do is to wear your gender lens, to be deliberate about what you want to do. That look, for instance, what the historic moment we are experiencing today, the election of the first female vice president, it was a deliberate attempt deliberate decision by the president-elect that I want this woman to be my running mate. It's not because she's a professor. There are so many other professors, but it is just something she's found in her. She's fine in her that she thinks that she should be there.
And not Dr. Papakwesi Indum there in your shot.
And his wife.
Yeah, in your shot.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that all we are saying, they are not saying that any woman should be appointed. The argument is that if you want women to be appointed into leadership, where are they? They are there. They are there. We need to just be deliberate about what we do. When we come to Dr. when he was talking, I listened to him. He was talking about patriarchy and all. It's very real. The intimidation, just a shame that today is not a day for me to be talking about the woes of women who get into politics and the things that they suffer.
So we are seeing Fifi Kwete, Joshua Labi, this is Kofi Akpaloo, one of the
LPG
presidential candidates, of the LPG, in your shots there. Okay, and very soon also we'll cross over to the Ashanti region, where a man on the ground, Isaac Justice Bediako, is standing by to speak to us. We want to gauge the mood in Kumasi as the inauguration, is happening. Lily.
So let's go to Kumasi and engage Isaac Justice Bediako. Isaac, where are you currently? What is the mood in Kumasi? I know that a number of them voted for the NDC.
Yes, Lily, at the moment, I'm reporting live from Bantama, Abreport Junction, Metro Mass Transit Station. That is where I am at the moment. And as you can see at the background, business as usual. Traders are here trading, whilst commuters are also here to pick bus to their various communities. And that has been the situation. Kumasi generally has been a bit quiet. People are going about their normal duties, whilst others are also indoor watching TV to monitor proceedings at the Independence Square, where President-elect John Dramani Mahama today will take over the mantle as president from the outgoing New Patriotic Party government. And so that has been the situation in Kumasi now. But of course, expectations are very high in Kumasi because people expect that the new government will change the narrative. That is, one has to do with the lack of employment among the youth. Secondly, betting tax. Some of them are telling me that they want the government to scrap it, as they promised in their party manifesto. There are other people who also like Pragya. The Okada drivers who are also here also want the government to take bold decision by making sure that they also reduce cost of fuel, so that they can also conduct their business activities very well to make profit, especially those who have migrated from the other regions to come and settle in Kumasi, all in the name of searching for greener pastures, so that they can also go back to their home regions to go and develop their area. Let me speak to some of the people who are here at the Abreport Junction and find out what their general expectations are from the incoming or the new government. My brother, what's your name?
My name is Emmanuel Asa.
Emmanuel, there is change. We are going to have a new government, that is the NDC, changing from the New Patriotic Party government to the NDC. What is your general expectation from the John Dramani Mahama led administration?
Okay, thank you for asking me this question. My general expectation is, by God's grace, we have get a change of a new government. What we are expecting from him, that things that we have been seeing which was not going on, a lot of things, lack of fuel, we can see there's a cost of fuel, and if cost of fuel is rise up, all things become costly. So we are expecting him that he can make things to become down, so that we can also do things easily for ourselves, because now we cannot buy something easy. Even food is costly. If you're having 10 cedi, you can't even buy food to satisfy yourself. So now there is no any work that you can do to get that 10 cedi. Right now we are here. I got up around 4 o'clock a.m. and I'm here, but I can tell you that there is no work. But what can you do? Because of cost of things is high. So everybody, if someone comes and you are trying to take his things to where he's going, because of you don't have money, he'll say that, oh, I can send it, I'll go with it. He cannot go with it, but still, he have to try his best to do so, to carry it, because he don't have enough money with him. But first, things was not like that. But we are hoping that now that he have come back again, we know that he can make things right for us, so that we can go on our life.
Per your accent, I can confirm that you are not an Ashanti, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not an Ashanti. I'm a Frafra by tribe.
Okay, so back home, what are your expectations there? Because you have migrated there down here to come and seek for greener pasture.
Yeah, my expectation from down there is, if our government can implement some works there for us, so that we can go back to also work and develop there, because there is no work there. That's why we are here. If there is work, enough work there for us to do, we don't think that we will migrate from far from our place and come here for work. So we are seeking that he should do something there for us to also do it, to get some work there doing.
Thank you very much. So that is what he's also expecting from the incoming John Dramani Mahama's administration. They want them to give them job, so that that will also stop the migration from the northern region to the Ashanti to come and seek for jobs, among other things. Now there are other bread sellers here. Let me also find out from them what their expectations are. So far as this new government is concerned. Mame, me watching Ediba GHOne TV so.
Yeah, ja.
Sisi abaya tu ye nsisan ya ba. Nsisan ya aba ye wo uton brodo ewo junction ha. Den na wo hwe edifi aban foforo a waba se de be ya wo nso dwumadie ebekoso.
Ya me hwe efri aban ho ne say waba ye obeye ha ye ni cars. Obama cars mono nipa ba ha bebira ya beto ya de eno na yeso ye hwehwe.
That means Metro Mass and the cars no ewo form.
Ye ni cars to say first no adwuma no kofom kura nipa mba ha nti so the cars mono ba nipa beba ha bebire so anso ye beto ya de enso amaye.
Okay, so with this woman, her expectations are that yes, here at the Abreport Junction Metro Mass Station, they were cashing in because people were coming here in their numbers to come and board buses to their various regions. But now the buses they don't have enough buses, so that is why her prayer is that John Mahama should improve the Metro Mass transit, so that there will be more money, because people will come here and pick buses to their various regions. So that has been the situation in Ashanti region for now. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. That's Isaac Justice Bediako coming to us live from Kumasi, particularly Bantama, the Abreport Junction area. Some traders, some hawkers sharing sentiments about what they expect of the incoming administration as they take over.
They expect fuel prices to go down. Me cry, I want fuel prices to go down.
Who doesn't want it to go down?
The cost of fuel in this country is
we generally want cost of living to come down.
Doc says she just wants a 30%.
Yes, I have. Do you want 30% slash in fuel prices as well?
Oh, it should be removed.
I mean, but if you look at the price build-up, when it comes to fuel, it's there are a lot of things in there that I believe should not be there. When you look at the cost build-up on the prices of fuel, perhaps if something is done about that.
No, I think for me the concern is the way the free flow, they just keep increasing. There's no regulation aside. Every day, by in the morning you go, you buy fuel, or you say you are coming back to buy fuel. In the evening it has gone up. The next day it's gone up. So like there's really no regulation. It's just on and on. Whoever is increasing, there must be some regulation.
Right. So you saw members of the diplomatic corps. You're seeing Zenato Ajiman Rawlins and Mahama Yariga, MP for Klotik Koli and MP for Boko Central.
Yes.
There in your shot. So essentially all the dignitaries have arrived. Earlier we saw Goodluck Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, also arrive at the scene. We saw Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in the shot as well. We saw former President Jacob Zuma of South Africa. We've seen Fifi Kwete, Samuel Ofosu Ampofo, and quite a number of other dignitaries all arriving at the Black Star Square, or the Independence Square. That is what it's called. And you can see there in your shots
if you don't have anything to do
like
in that part of town today, please stay home. The level of congestion in that enclave is huge.
You can see the number of people who are, all looking for a way to enter and even go and occupy, some of the other places. Earlier, our colleague Abdul Hanan Adam, brought us a report that there were people who were there the night before. Some of them even slept there.
Came in their numbers,
and
exactly.
In their numbers, just to make sure that they have a sitting position.
Sure.
So that they don't have to come and struggle the way people are struggling, as you can see on the screen right now, just to get in, to be able to be a part of the inauguration. So he engaged some of them. So those were NDC sympathizers, who were there late into the night and early this morning, just to make sure that they have, a seat.
It's interesting how Ghanaians love events like these. We want to support whoever is coming in.
So you see Kwabena Minta Akando there in your shots,
and then the member of parliament for Jomoro as well,
constituency,
Docas Afod,
yes, also there. Remember Kwabena Minta Akando,
and then the
suffered an ordeal
in parliament.
And this is the Garmanche arriving at the grounds, of course.
He's the custodial owner of the Garland, so it is imperative that he is there to witness this historic moment. So he's there with his entourage as they make their way to their seats at the Independence Square to witness the swearing in of President John Dramani Mahama.
President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
Yes.
Very soon to be president of the Republic of Ghana. But some of our colleagues were on the grounds earlier, or have been at the grounds, and so Abdul Hanan Adam currently is one of my colleagues who is there, has been engaging quite a number of people, and so we will look at some of those engagements. Currently this is Julius Debra, so let's hear it.
Chief of Staff now.
Made a few mistakes. This time around you
admit that you've made some mistakes, and what are some of the mistakes?
I mean, as human as we are, you can't always get it perfectly. For example, the human factor in every aspect. You will be dealing with people, and when I went in, for example, they had most of the staffers already appointed, but I had to work with them. But this time around, at least I'll have a hand in who becomes a staffer and who becomes an aide. And the team I'm looking at putting together must be people who right from the word go will be able to work for the delivery by the president. The president's mandate is for us, and we really need to work hard to prove the point.
Two things are top of the list for Ghanaians. And secondly, is jobs. Unemployment is high amongst the youth of this country. How soon does the incoming administration intend to tackle these two critical issues?
Well,
All right, so you're seeing Goodluck Jonathan and Olusegun Obasanjo, all former presidents of Nigeria in your show. There earlier, Abdul Hanan was engaging the chief of staff.
And that's the Upper West Regional Chairman of the NDC, also there.
There in your shot. So Julius Debra was being engaged earlier. Unfortunately, we've lost that connection. We'll try and re-establish that connection. But of course, Julius Debra was telling Hanan that some mistakes were made previously, and because they have that experience, they are not going to make those mistakes again, especially with regard to who becomes a presidential staffer and all of that. He was saying that he'll have a hand at least now, so that he can, do the things that they really want to do. Who becomes a staffer, who becomes an aide, among other things. Julius Deborah, we know, is the chief of staff, or has been appointed as the chief of staff for John Dramani Mahama in his second term. There are quite a number of appointments that have also been made. For example, Felix Kwachi Ofosu. Felix Kwachi Ofosu remains the spokesperson, for
the acting spokesperson.
The acting spokesperson for the president. Myretta Brewer-Pia is legal counsel to the president. If that is any indication, perhaps she may become the Attorney General once more. We do not know, but this sort of gives you a semblance of what the president is thinking about. Guzi Tano is in charge of the 24-hour economy. He's been appointed presidential advisor responsible for 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. There are others, right? Valerie Soria,
Dr. Valerie Soria is Senior Presidential Advisor, Governmental Affairs. Prosper Douglas Barney, Head of Interim Security Task Force, and Dr. Callistus Mahama is Executive Secretary to the President. So that's the initial appointments made by President-elect John Dramani Mahama. I'm sure in the coming days after his swearing, after taking the oath of office, he'll make more appointments, and then we can analyze and scrutinize all the appointments and the work they'll do and bring on board in his administration as the President of the Republic of Ghana. Doc,
yes,
I saw you smile while we were mentioning the names. But what do you make of the immediate appointments made?
Oh, it is the prerogative of the president-elect to...
There's a woman in there, by the way.
Yes. Dr. Soya.
Well, there are two women. Dr. Valerie Soya and then Marietta.
I don't think that's tokenism, because Marietta, we know her pedigree.
No.
She's been Attorney General for this country.
She's a qualified human being.
I'm not saying that it's token. I'm not referring to the individual. I'm just saying that we don't want 1-1-1. We want to see... That's all I'm saying.
I think after this inauguration,
I think after 5-2 decision.
but Doc and Doc, I think after this inauguration, we should have a full discussion on affirmative action.
Exactly. You see, because
between the two of you,
I've just opened the manifesto.
Yes,
and all that he was saying, because the whole you were talking about 30% and all that, they can't be wrong. And here he was saying that depending on whether the people are available or whatever or merit, but this is so clear. If you go to their manifesto, page 113, he talks so much clearly about the 30% of appoint quota for women in all political appointments. He talks about passage of the property rights of spouses, and then the interstate succession law and all those things, all those ones are.
So all of these are expectations that you have because they are there in the manifesto. So you expect them to be done.
Doctor talked about passage of the legislative instrument for the affirmative action. They said they will do it.
Okay.
And they've said all this in the judiciary, the security service, everywhere. They put all of this in page 113, and there's no condition attached. They said they would do it.
They will do it. So they have to do it. They have to do it.
Yes.
Yes, they have to do it.
But you know, they actually launched a women's manifesto
and the youth.
Yes, and the youth manifesto.
They started it from here, and then they expanded it.
You know what? I'm sure our producers are listening. So our producers on GH today, at another time, we'll have Dr. Norman and Dr. Binka here in the studio. And then they will discuss affirmative action.
Yes.
So to the viewers out there, make a date. Keep watching GHOne television. It's a discussion. You can see. Yes, it's a match.
I love that.
Yeah. So it's coming up. So coming very soon. Either within this week or next week, we'll be having this debate on affirmative action.
So the state is also represented.
Yes, I think Tugbe Afede. Yes, Tugbe Afede is arriving there. In your shot, he is the Abobomefia of the Asogli state, arriving there, as well. But let's continue with our discussions, talking about expectations, right? Yes. Isaac Justice Bediako, engaged, some of the people. Last Lily, you were engaging him then. They were talking about the expectations. Fuel prices going down, the one at the Metro Mass Transit said they expect to have more buses. Right, the Metro Mass, I think that's one of the legacies of former President Kufuor.
True.
Right, which we're still benefiting from today. So would want some additions or it to be added onto. Right, Dr. Norman.
Yes.
Apart from all the affirmative action, issues and the women and all of that, other expectations, you have already indicated that expectations shouldn't be too high.
Yes.
Because of where we are. But this government campaigned on hope and coming in to change things.
Sure.
And move this country or reset this country. So why shouldn't our expectations be high?
Okay. My brother, if I could revert to the question she asked me.
The question she asked you, okay.
The people that have been already appointed, each one of them is well-qualified human being, whether he's a man or woman. So for me, I'm very pleased with what he's doing. It's his prerogative to do that. And so I won't quiver over that. Yeah. With respect to expectations, the 120-day social contract is what we should look at. And I have already suggested to certain dignitaries in the NDC that President Mahama will have to do a state of the nation every week to tell us what has been achieved. Because if he doesn't bring an update to us from time to time, we wouldn't really realize the effort that he's making. And so that will help to control the excessive expectations of the public, because he can't do everything at once. And he needs to have very competent people, capable people, just as Honorable Julius Deborah was beginning to say, that the people must be qualified. So the moment you get there, you know what you are doing. You are not going to be trained by anyone. You should come already trained so that you can perform without any mentorship going on. And for me, I believe that if they can do these things right, get the right people to execute the program, then a lot can be achieved, even beyond what has been promised in the social contract.
Right.
Otherwise, fixing the broken pieces of government administration that has been done in 8-year period in 4 years is almost impossible to fix everything.
All right, but when we look at the first 120 days, these are some of the things, 26 things, 26 things that the NDC have said that they will do in the first 180 days, or should I say President John Mahama has said he will do in the first 120 days. Nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Dr. Binka here says that 18 of them have to be women for affirmative action. Constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days of office. Establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. Dr. Binka, with this particular point, how important is something like this? Establishing a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials.
It's so important that we have men and women of integrity who are accountable. Because I think what we lack now in these countries, in fact, earlier when you were talking about expectation from the president, and what was going through my mind is that the democracy is for the people and by the people. And I think that as individuals, as Ghanaians also, we have a role to play. Even beyond the code of conduct, since there are some people who are appointed, even from their utterances, the thing they say, it's as if suddenly you have become a minister or you have become a government person, so you are special. You talk anyhow, forgetting that it's the people who put you there. It's the people's money they use to pay you. So you are accountable to the people. So if they have a code of conduct, they are trained, and they are also able, one of the things I expect them to maybe study, I don't know, I didn't hear you say it, is declaration of assets. It must be clear, it must be open. So it's not sealed and put
You don't
somewhere.
want the sealed one?
No, we want
because
an open
declaration
one.
of assets is a necessity.
Yes.
But we just don't know what is in
Yes. Otherwise, for instance, I don't want to be talking about the past. Otherwise, if you see some $10 million under my bed when I become a minister, you should be able. My declaration of assets will tell you what I came in with. So once you see something else, you should be able to ask me questions. If I become a minister, the next time, before you realize our government appointee, I have 5 buildings at Trasaco. You should know that there's something going wrong.
Yeah, recently the president or the prime minister of Thailand, who is the daughter of a billionaire who was also formerly a prime minister of Thailand, declared all her assets, including handbags, that she owns, properties that she owns in Japan and in London, how much money she has, how much investment she has, how much watches she has, and she declared every single thing so that the public knows. In Thailand, knows what she has.
Exactly.
As she's taken over as prime minister.
It's just like using the format of or template of writing a will. You indicate everything that you have, so that when you are not there, they know where to find them. I mean, recently I had to write a will. I also wrote even my phone number. They wanted my account numbers and everything was in there. So if maybe, God forbid, bad thing, I pass on, people should know where everything is. The same way, if you've offered yourself for public service, you should be able to be plain. You should be able to say that, look, this is what I'm coming in. So when you are going out, they should not only declare your asset when you are coming in, you should also declare your asset when you are going out.
So
they should also add that one.
They should add that to it.
Yes.
So you're seeing in your shots there, that is the president of Namibia, I believe, interacting with the former heads of state of Nigeria as he arrived.
Namibia, is it the... I know they just had an election. Who we claim that they claim the woman had won also. But we haven't solved that problem.
No,
so it's the old one.
Yes, those issues have not been dealt with here.
Okay.
So you can still see in your shots, the arrival of all the dignitaries, right? Still continuing to throng. To throng the place. Of course, you can see the police MTTD officials directing traffic, into the place as all of these dignitaries arrived. Already, you've seen quite a number of them, right? So this is a representative of Germany, for example, as you can see there in your shots, arriving at the Black Star Square for the inauguration. We've seen quite a number of members of the diplomatic corps who are already seated, there at the Black Star Square. So they keep on arriving. So in no time, I believe that we'll also see the arrival of the I don't know whether, I think his tenure has ended. So the now former president, Nana
his tenure ended
at 12 a.m., right?
At the stroke of midnight.
At the stroke of midnight. So we'll see the former president, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, arriving. We'll see former vice president, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, arriving as well. We are yet to see former President Kufuor arrive. We've not seen him there yet, but I believe that we'll see him.
There's the German ambassador.
Yes, we just saw the German ambassador pass through. In your shot there, you can see in your shot there's some vehicles arriving as well. We don't know who is sitting in these vehicles, but when they get down, we'll know who they are, and we'll inform you accordingly. So that's the Black Star Square, looking very, very colorful. Obviously, the red podium, where you can see with the gold roofing or the gold tents, that is where the swearing in, I believe, is going to be done. That's where former president, now President-elect Mahama, soon to be President of the Republic again, will be standing and taking the oath of office. The Chief Justice will be administering the oath of office, and he'll be holding the sword. And Lily, earlier, you made a very interesting observation, to me earlier. Nana Konedo Ajiman Rawlings there in your shot, engaged in pleasantries with former Second Lady Hajia Samira Bawumia, and that's I think Kimathi Rawlings.
Yes, the son of
the late Jerry John Rawlings there in your shot as well. So yes, the heavyweights. The heavyweights are arriving. He looks like his dad, really, with his signature sunglasses.
Oh yes.
the signature sunglasses and the sideburns. You know.
The haircut,
yeah.
He's a striking resemblance.
You know, J.J. Rollins always had a full head of hair.
Yeah,
you know, so
handsome boy.
Yeah,
handsome boy. Yeah. So the dignitaries keep on arriving. You know, so we'll be showing you them. But still talking about the first 120 days. So we've talked about establishing a code of conduct. Dr. Binka has talked about how important that is. Another one is holding a national economic dialogue. That's also one of the things. That's also one of the things that the president has said that they will do. But let's take you back to the Independence Square, right? My colleague Ibrahim Al Hassan is there.
So let's engage. Okay, so that's Ibrahim Al Hassan in your shots. Ibrahim, tell us what's happening currently. What have you observed so far at the Independence Square?
And then also the incoming president and incoming vice president for this ceremony to officially kick off. We are here, and of course members of parliament have equally made their way here, both the minority and majority. Mind you, today what's happening here is an official sitting of parliament, because per the details of the constitution, both the president-elect and then the vice president-elect are supposed to be sworn in parliament. The convention over the years has been that parliament is moved to an open place. So you and I, members of the public and the dignitaries and then the guests of honors will be able to attend. And that's exactly what's happening today. The 2021, of course, I must say 2021 after the 2020 election was a bit different. And that's because of the COVID-19 pandemic. That took place within the precinct of parliament in a makeshift tent or the dome that had been erected there. But of course, today with COVID out of the way, we are back to the Black Star Square, and I will be moving around to engage many of the members of the public, the dignitaries, members of parliament who have actually made their way here to join in the inauguration of the president and then also the vice president. The dignitaries are still coming in. The dignitaries are still coming in their numbers, and of course, as you can tell, once they come in, they are then ushered into the inner perimeter for them to take their seat. Let's try and be engaging some members of the public who have made their way here, like this man, for instance. Good morning.
Good morning.
Pajo ufri hina bai.
Pajo mi free Bojuasi na mi bai. Autu Bojuasi.
Autu Bojuasi. DNT na we free Bojuasi ya bai.
Insha Allah. John Muhammad mi bra. Enna mi ya dem mi da Alhaji Ibrahim Al Hassan. Bojuasi Zungu. John Muhammad mi John wo mi kumanu mu. Papa 6 PNDC na mi do. Mi do wo akopin se aba NDC. Di John Muhammad ya mini papa. Me ya bompai ya nikra mofo ya wonyina ya bompai manuma nyagopo adie afi sabi ni papa ni fonsem e di ase onu nti ya bompai so nyagopo mpoa John Muhammad na indi ankonim ya tanachiri enim paibo me Alhaji Ibrahim na me kasai Bojuasi
John Muhammad asan be ya wani ati e den na wo hanim se obe ya ma my Ghana na wo
insha Allah John Muhammad yenim sanim baye dia onu bibia wode amanyame yenso yede amanyame nyame a na obeboa no na wa ye na yenso Alhaji Ibrahim yam pedfuru ya boa no ade mpaibo no mu nyame pa Ghana baye krabose na ye pe no insha Allah.
And obviously elated man. Let's keep engaging members of the public who have made their way here. You are live on GHOne TV. Kindly introduce yourself.
Yo, where me a former chairman, Upper Dencha West. Your friend me chairman, you okay? Now, near we get you some arm a bit to me, I know. One more Modi Ghana scanner, Dawson. On your Giscano, the face can be more man. Never you to the near Jumaya. You to near Jumaya, Obia young robber. On any idea everywhere.
Yo, announce where then I walk you are live on GHOne TV.
Okay, the can say the Namias say what they have my penny Abba. Omama ya no ma betumiama Ghana for any aji. Kakram walker.
Now offering about
me free. Basa Jabo.
Was a crapon and I walk all the way to Argentina and ehu hia opa se wutu anamon se de bedura
anamon ametua ne se ye mo mpanyin na oba no ne hu hia pa o wadwempa o wabadaye amanipa. All
right, thank you. I have another lady here, and of course, so we're still coming to you live from the Black Star Square, where party supporters, ordinary Ghanaians, members of the diplomatic community have made their way here. Let's still be engaging a few more people. Hello, you are live on GHOne TV. What brings you here today? I know, of course, there's an inauguration, but why is it important to you?
I am here because Ghana has had peace today.
Okay. What makes you think it is just today that Ghana has had peace?
I don't want to comment on my reasons.
Okay. Why don't you want to comment on your reasons?
Because maybe I may go too much.
No, I'll restrain you from going too much.
For the past 8 years, yes. In fact, it wasn't easy for Ghanaians. And what I've been telling people is that anyone who has passed through under the past regime should be given a certificate. Those who are alive should be given a certificate.
Why should they be given?
Because of what Ghanaians have been through for the past 8 years. It wasn't an easy thing. When you get to the down there, you understand. I have met people in Noti region, a woman with a child, without a husband, ground raw pepper with salt, and add water to it, and she was eating this with the daughter, this little 3 years old daughter, and it was like, so that is why I'm saying that if I wanted to come out with my reasons, I may go far.
But how is that the doing of the president? A mother eating just pepper with the daughter.
That's because there are no jobs. Economy has become bad. You are selling and they are not buying. You name them. People are trying their best, but it's not working for them. That was what happened for the past 8 years.
So, yes, thank you very much. Of course, I still have some members of the public here, some members of the NDC, and ordinary Ghanaians who have been able to make their way here. You are live on GHOne TV. Why are you here? What brought you here? Why are you so smiling?
Thank you very much. Good evening. Good morning to your viewers. We all know the reason why we are here is for the 2025 inauguration ceremony of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I'm smiling because I think we are saying goodbye to the Egyptians, that we will see them no more. Yes, so I'm here to share the joy with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and to congratulate him, and because I know that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the only person in Ghana as it stands now that will provide jobs for the youth, that will take us out from the economic hardship we are suffering currently. So if I'm here today, I'm here to share the joy and to congratulate John Dramani Mahama, and personally I'm happy, so I have to smile as a Ghanaian.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I have a national communications officer, and I don't mean that portfolio, but he communicates for the party nationally here. Eric J, you are live on GHOne TV. How important is today to you, regardless of I know your party is in power, and after today our president, and for that matter, John Dramani Mahama.
I like the word, our president.
And I'm talking about president of the country, Ghana. Yes. Why is today very important to you?
Indeed, this is the day the Lord has made. We are so excited. After the hardship for the past 8 years, we've gone across the country for several times. But looking at the overwhelming support Ghanaians give us, you ought to be excited. Are you not excited? Be frank to yourself. Charlie, it's not easy.
Why has it not been easy?
Charlie, if you've been able to survive under President Akufo-Addo, you can survive in anywhere in the world. Because the hardship in Ghana for the Ghanaian youth is so challenging. And I believe strongly that the promises we give to the Ghanaians, we are going to fulfill them. The President Bahama that I know, and Professor Jena Nobuku-Adman that I know as a vice president, things will change in this country. President Mahama is not in for anything. He's in to save the nation from the crisis. And I believe strongly that looking at the posture, the euphoria in the system, when we're coming here, Charlie, not easy. Everyone is excited. You could see we've endured the hardship for so long. And I pray that the Lord keeps blessing us and guide us for this administration. But you are happy, I can see from that. But you have to cry. Look at the way you suffered. Your station for the past 4 years. I know. So things will bounce back. And Unibank and Co, Dr. Adofo, they are all happy. I mean, you know.
Well, massive victory means massive expectations, high expectations. How are you going to ensure that those huge expectations are met by the incoming administration?
As I said earlier on, President Mahama is not someone who is willing to satisfy himself. He's in for the nation. I've been following him for the past 8 years as a father, and I know him. How people spoke about him previously, he's not like that. That is the reason why Ghanaians gave me huge endorsement for this particular election. So I believe strongly that we are going to deliver to satisfy the interests of the ordinary Ghanaian. That one, no doubt.
It's okay. So I understand you, and thank you very much, Eric J. Let's try and get Honorable Elvis Efri Ankra. Honorable Elvis Efri Ankra. Honorable, let me steal a moment of your life, your time. You are live on GHOne TV. How excited are you today?
Oh, very, very excited. As you can see, the excitement is very, very palpable. This is unprecedented in the history of this country. And it tells you that the people really voted for change. They are yearning for change. And it's a challenge to us who have won this election that we must do things to fulfill their aspirations. So I'm very, very excited. And we thank God for today. And I know that President Mahama and his team will deliver. No two ways about it.
How challenging has the process been in getting here today? And I'm talking about securing victory at the polls.
Oh, as you know, it's been very, very challenging. It took a lot of, first of all, I say that divine intervention, because this kind of victory, as President Mahama said, we are all expected to win. But this level of victory, it only takes God. So 1, 2, it took the leadership of President Mahama. I mean, President Mahama demonstrated such excellent leadership. He put in so much work. Sometimes we didn't even know where he was getting the energy from. And then the entire executive, from the national, the chairman, my brother, the general secretary, the election directorate, all down to the regions, the constituencies, the branches, the grassroots. Everybody put in a lot of hard work. You, the media too, you did a lot of hard work. Civil society, everybody contributed. So there is a victory that no singular person, apart from President Mahama, who is the man of the day, can take credit for. Everybody contributed, and we want to thank God and thank everybody.
Thank you very much, Elvis Efri Ankra, of course, a former national organizer for the opposition NDC, and one-time Minister for Youth and Sport. We're still coming to you from the Black Star Square here, where the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, Vice President-elect Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman are expected to be officially sworn in to take over the reins of governance for this country for the next 4 years. And of course, it's been like that, cyclical, since 1992. One party gets the nod, and after which we go for another election, 4 years. What Ghanaians usually do by convention is to retain that party. After 8 years, that party is booted out. So it's been like a baton change between the NDC and the MPP since 1992. And of course, this year has not been an exception. Let's still attempt engaging some more people who have massed up here. And of course, I've seen GHOne. Let's briefly attempt engaging GHOne, who is here. Of course, I know he's busy working. GHOne, you are live on GHOne TV. First of all, I know you are working, yes, but how important is today to you?
Not to me. It's important to the whole of Ghana, so it's not to me personally. If I say to me, then it means that I'm being selfish. It is important to the whole of Ghana because today marks the beginning of returning Ghana back to what Ghana should be. Yes, where Ghana is working again, where there is freedom, where nobody is stifled from expressing their views, where if you're a businessman and you talk, nobody will come after your business, where everybody is respected, where the rights of every Ghanaian and even our guests are respected. For us, that is what today means for us.
Thank you very much. That's GHOne. I'll leave you to work because you are busy working. The dignitaries are still filing in, and a number of them have come in already. As I mentioned, former President John Kufuor, former President of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, and many others have made their way to the Black Star Square. As the siren sounds, it signals the fact that other more guests, other more dignitaries are filing in, and after which we expect the ceremony proper, and that's the swearing-in ceremony of John Dramani Mahama and Professor Nana Jomoku Agyemang, who kick in, and Ghana will once again have made history that there has been a smooth change of governance from one party to the other, as has always been the case.
Right, so Ibrahim Al-Hassan there, bringing us up to speed from the grounds of the Black Star Square, helping us understand exactly what is going on there, speaking to a few dignitaries, Elvis Ifria and GHOne, and a few, other individuals. And dignitaries are still arriving. So you can see there in your shot some of the dignitaries arriving. Earlier, we saw that former President Kufuor has arrived. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has arrived there as well, together with his wife. They were all seated together. So you saw in your shot there, J. Kufuor, Dr. Bawumia, Nana Kunedu Agyemang Rawlings, and Samira Bawumia all seated together, at one place there. So they are all there at the Black Star Square. But we're still yet to cite former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But you can see some dignitaries making their way to the Black Star Square in your shot there. These are cameras picking up this particular feed of some of the dignitaries arriving. Well, we don't know who this is, but it could be the former president, or it could be the incoming president. But as you can see there in your shot, you can see those large umbrellas as well. That is very, very akin to Ashanti culture. So that can be none other person than Otumfuo Osei Tutu II and his entourage that you can see there in your shot. You've not seen him yet, but I'm sure pretty shortly when he gets out of his vehicle, the cameras, I beg your pardon, will capture him, and then we will get to see him. But be minded, if you are anywhere around the Black Star Square, be minded of the traffic situation.
Yeah.
Because the traffic situation,
if you don't have anything that important to do around that enclave, please stay back home. You can enjoy the ceremony from the comfort of your home. So you can watch on TV. You can watch us here on GHOne TV, or as we stream online on our YouTube and our Facebook pages, and then you can have an appreciation of what's happening at the Black Star Square. It's quite a congestion leading to the area around the Independence Square. So please stay home. And then we do hope that there's adequate security arrangements for this day, because the numbers massing up to the Independence Square is quite massive. We understand that President-elect John Dramani Mahama is making his way to the Independence Square.
So we're bringing you the drone shots.
John 3:16.
Of the that was for 2016, right?
Yeah.
So this one is John 3 what?
John 3:24.
John 3:25. John 3:25. So the drone shots are showing you, the route that John Mahama is taking to the Black Star Square to go and be inaugurated as President of the Republic of Ghana for a third time. We all know that former President John Dramani Mahama started out his political career very early. He was a member of parliament. He became minister. He became vice president. And he took over from John Fifi Evans Atamils of blessed memory after his sad passing. Took over for about 6 months. 2012, he was elected. That is the Marshal, of Parliament. That's the Marshal of Parliament with his plenty medals there in your shot. The Marshal of Parliament.
He's well decorated.
Decorated Marshal of Parliament. When you see all the medals there, you know that he's a very accomplished, well decorated, Marshal. You can see various members of the security services. All right, but my colleague Ibrahim Al-Hassan is engaging some more people, so let's connect back to Ibrahim as he engages.
Elephant is a very huge animal. it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of work to kill the elephant. But finally, we killed the elephant. And the good news is that the elephant was not only killed, the body was mutilated. And you could see that from the gap. This is an overwhelming endorsement, an overwhelming authority that has been bestowed to the NDC and President John Dramani Mahama. And we do not take it for granted. We do not take it for granted. And that means that there is a huge responsibility. Which responsibility we must discharge with all the energy, the wisdom, and the alacrity we can command.
How important is it that you get it right? Because you talk about overwhelming support. It will definitely come with overwhelming expectation. How important is it that you get it right as a party?
It is super crucial that we get it right, because the people of this country will not be patient with us, because they have given us an overwhelming endorsement, and it is because of the confidence they have in our ability and our competence and our knowledge set to be able to reset the country. And so they'll be expecting a lot from us, and that means that they will be measuring us with a higher measuring instrument, and that means that we must perform to optimum. And thankfully, the NDC is the political party in this country that has the competence, that has the know-how, the experience to be able to save the country in difficult times. From the days of Rawlings, we have always come in the crisis moment. And once again, we are going to rise to the occasion and save this country from the current doldrums, the crisis that we are in.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Bomo Otokuno, and of course, with the national office. In fact, he's in charge of the agric aspect of the manifesto, and we engage him briefly there. The dignitaries are still trooping in. As I mentioned, the vehicle you see to my right is that of the Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker of the Ninth Parliament. He just got elected and then is making his way here. There's some protocol arrangements have been done, after which he's expected to disembark and then join the other members of Parliament. Alexander Kwame Nafenyo-Markin, the majority leader, is making his way, and he's the one you're looking at. That's Alexander Kwame Nafenyo-Markin, the minority leader, as you say, the minority leader. Of course, a while ago, he was the majority leader. But now, of course, after what transpired last night, after the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, he's become the minority leader, member of Parliament for Efutu. So as I mentioned, the dignitaries are still coming in. We are still awaiting the disembarkment of the Speaker to join Parliament. So as you saw Alexander Kwame Nafenyo-Markin move, he's moving to go take his seat as minority leader, because once again, this is a sitting of Parliament. What is going to happen here is inauguration or the swearing in of the president-elect, the vice president-elect, in the presence of Parliament as dictated by the 1992 Constitution. And so we're still here at the Black Star Square.
Right, so Ibrahim Al-Hassan there, he has just engaged Peter Boamo Otokuno, who is former Deputy General Secretary, Dr. Peter Boamo Otokuno, who is former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. More dignitaries arriving. We know that John Mahama is making his way there to the Black Star Square to be inaugurated. And Ibrahim Al-Hassan earlier told us that this is a sitting of Parliament, right? So, former President Akufo-Addo there in your shot. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, now comfortably called former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo.
He has joined the list of living former presidents. Yes. He joins former President Kufuor. Yeah, and interestingly, they are both of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition. You know, that are still alive. Former presidents that are still alive. The former presidents of the NDC have all passed on to glory.
I wonder how President Akufo-Addo, must be feeling now. I don't know whether he's going to heave a sigh of relief that, finally,
Ghanaians can stop mentioning my name.
I'm done with this, and I can just sit back and relax. Or you don't believe so?
No, I don't think he'll be very relieved that he doesn't have to go do official duties. But I think one of the things that will continue to worry him will be the National Cathedral.
You think so?
Yes, because of the amount of money that has been sunk into that hole, and then he will not be there to complete it. And it's now a headache as to what we are going to do with the home.
It is now a state property, so the state will
Yeah, I'm saying that, but maybe, as an individual, as somebody, as a pledge that he has made to God, and then he's leaving office without completing it. I think if I were him, when I wake up, even though nobody is going to, it's like, it's not an obligation anymore.
Yeah.
It will be haunting me for the rest of my life. So this whole, I put in about 58 million. Is it $58 million or so?
Yes.
So you think that the whole will haunt another Uncle Kufu?
No, I think it will be worrying. If I were him,
you were the one.
Yeah, I'll be worried. Every day I wake up.
But he made a pledge to God and he wanted to fulfill the pledge.
But he didn't.
Which he believed would have benefited the nation if the National Cathedral had been put.
Well, the only thing apart from the money aspect of it, the problem I had with the cathedral is that where it was located, I don't think we needed to break down so many houses at the center, close to close to roads. That thing could have been built somewhere else, so that it become a tourist attraction.
All right, let's go back and join Ibrahim Al Hassan to bring us more updates.
I'm being sworn in today. How crucial is it for you that today the NDC is returning to power?
It's a crucial moment in the history of Ghana. But the people of Ghana deserve better. They want relief, and they're taking that decision. It is a humbling moment for us to have a disciplinary attitude towards the people of Ghana and make sure we uplift their image and their hope for a future, a better future.
Many people have blamed the defeat of the MPP on arrogance of power. Is that something you are taking lesson from?
That is why I say it's a humbling moment for all of us to be disciplined as a country, to make sure the people's will is looked into and not our personal will.
Thank you very much, Anthony Nuchuko, and then of course with the Greater Accra Regional Office. Let me pick just a comment from the Member of Parliament for Insaom, Adwajiri. You are live on GHOne TV. Yes. Briefly, what do you have to say to Ghanaians?
Well, we are here to witness it. Let's finish. We want to listen to the president. We'll make a very good we'll make comments.
All right. Thank you very much, Frank Anodompre, the minority chief whip, and there are many other members. Honorable Patricia Piaje, you are live on GHOne TV. Just comment for Ghanaians.
Oh, today is another day. Such is life. There should always be a change. When there's a change, we expect the best. So today's ceremony, we're expecting it to go on smoothly without any incident, and we are all ready to forge together to ensure that Ghana moves forward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Patricia Piaje, Deputy Minority Leader, Member of Parliament for Asokwa as well. Says she expects everything here to be very smooth, and change is the only concern thing, and so we will continuously be engaging the dignitaries and individuals who
Right, so the dignitaries will continue to be engaged by Ibrahim Al Hassan, who is there on the grounds, and we're waiting for the arrival of John Dramani Mahama now. Now we know that who has arrived. Who has arrived. The important people are all there. Members of the diplomatic corps are there. Security services, from customs to the police to the military, everybody is there. All the former presidents are there. Yeah. Former first ladies are there.
Yeah, the National Chief Imam
is there.
Former presidents of the various countries are also there.
Yeah. Asantehene is there.
Asantehene is there. The
Gamanche is there.
So we're awaiting them. I have not cited Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman yet.
You can imagine that he will arrive probably around the same time that former President Mahama will arrive. All right. And we understand that in our shot now are the dignitaries from Rwanda.
Okay.
Also, arriving there. And my, it looks nice.
Yes. Organized. I see, if you, like I said, if you don't have any business there, I'm wondering what you'll be doing there at this time when I mean, it is only those who've been invited and those who have the opportunity to view.
As an ordinary Ghanaian, you may want to go there.
Yes, but you
also
see,
looking
at the numbers, if the place is packed to capacity and you're not allowed, then why would you still want to be lurking around? It's important that
to have a feel of it.
to also say part of history.
I was here some. To also say I was here some.
Television than going there.
Anyway, so we continue to bring you a live coverage of a sitting of Parliament. The sitting of Parliament has been moved outside, as has been the convention. President of the Republic is going to be sworn in. Is going to take his next 4-year term, so he will take the oath of office. He will serve for 4 years, and within the 4 years, all Ghanaians will be watching him to see exactly what he's going to do to, in his words and his party's words, reset the country. Ghanaians have given him the mandate to reset. He came to Ghanaians and said, Ghanaians, I want to reset. Duncan Williams, there in your shots behind Valerie Sawyer.
Yeah, Valerie Sawyer.
Dr. Valerie Sawyer and Duncan Williams. Valerie Sawyer is one of the immediate appointments that have been made by former President Mahama. You can see there in your shots also members of the diplomatic community there also, in your shots. So we'll wait. And Lily, you were making an interesting observation earlier when you said it seems as though when NDC presidents are swearing in and they hold the sword of, what is it called? Is it the sword of power?
I'm sure we can call it the sword of power.
No, it has a name. It has a name. So the justices.
The presidential sword.
Yeah, the presidential sword. The justices of the Supreme Court are arriving there in the STC bus in their full regalia. I don't know if the Chief Justice is there with them. Let's wait and see. Perhaps the Chief Justice is arriving.
I mean, she's coming.
Or maybe
to do
the Chief Justice will arrive separately. But these are justices of the Supreme Court arriving at the Black Star Square. And we know the Chief Justice is the one who will administer the oath, the oath of office. So we know that there was a petition to remove the Chief Justice that was sent to President Akufo-Addo, but right before he left office, he dismissed it as frivolous and vexatious. Frivolous and vexatious. So he threw it out. Yeah, so we'll see Justice Tokono pretty shortly administering the oath of office, for president. But yes, Lily.
Yes, so I was making an interesting observation about the state sword, that every time the NDC is swearing in a president, they hold the state sword with both hands. Every time the NPP is swearing in a president, they hold it with one hand. We saw that with late President Mills.
Who held it with two hands.
We saw that with Jerry John Rawlings first. We saw that with late President Mills. We saw that with John Dramani Mahama when he was president before 2016.
And that's the clergy you see in your shots.
And then in 2000, when former President Kufuor was being sworn in holding the state sword, he held it with one hand, his right hand. In 2016, President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo also held it with one hand. What could be the symbolism behind holding the state sword with both hands? It's quite interesting because I've made that clear observation about the swearing-ins of the various presidents of this republic.
What could it mean?
Could it mean that, well, I am holding it on with my whole heart?
Doc, what do you think?
I think it's the preciousness of that sword to the NDC compared to the MPP. That's the only thing, because when you respect someone, Madam Doctor, when you respect someone so much, you always hold a hand and then you greet the person. So when you are receiving something of precious nature and you just use one hand, it means that you're not that committed. That's all I can read from.
But you know that in
so you can see the Supreme Court justices marching to take their seats ceremonially, in their ceremonial attire, right? Marching gradually to go and take.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful to watch. Such a beautiful sight to behold, dressed in the full justice regalia, being led by the symbol of justice, right? The scale, the scales of justice, right? It has to be balanced, and that is what is leading them. So I think that's always a reminder to every judge that in your dispensation of justice, it has to be very fair, very balanced, true to the facts, and that is what the scales mean, the scales of justice. You can see that one is not tilting too much downwards and one tilting too much upwards. It's very balanced.
How beautiful it looks.
Yes. Well, this is a beautiful sight to behold from the Black Star Square. Yeah, with the justices making their way, to their seats. Very beautiful. And you can trust us here at GHOne TV to bring you every single detail that we capture. And we've been doing that this morning here in the studio. We've been engaging with Dr. Norman here in the studio. Brilliant submissions that he's made so far. Dr. Ishmael Norman is the founder and president of the Institute for Security, Disaster and Emergency Studies, Ghana. He also does very well with commenting on national issues that bother on governance, among other things, and he's been doing that for us this morning here in the studio.
And issues of affirmative action.
Dr. Charity Baker is also here, the affirmative action woman. Yeah, she's here in the studio. She's the chair of the African Women Leaders Network, Ghana. Joining us here in the studio as well, and we've been engaging in discussion on a variety of topics, of course, that bother on what we're watching on our screens, right? And you can trust that from now till it's over, we're going to make sure that we bring you a very, very comprehensive coverage of everything that has been happening there and everything that will happen at the Black Star Square. So earlier, I was going through some of the expectations of the government, talking about the first 120 days, what they said they were going to do. Okay. But you wanted to make a comment?
Comment concerning the sword.
Yes, the sword. Yes.
Yeah. Just when you were talking about that, the image that came to my mind is like, the Chinese and other people, when they want to greet, they do like this, they put their two hands together, total humility. So if you do this, you hold a thing, it means like it's for me, it's a sign of humility.
Yes.
It's a sign of embracing whatever you've been given in humility. But if I hold a thing, I do like this. It's a
sign of power.
Exactly. Yes. Because you've been handed the sword of power.
Yes.
The right hand in our African culture, our right hand symbolizes strength and power and authority. So is that not an indication that I have been given the honor of authority of the entire nation? Could that not be a reason?
No, I think the power that you are giving is
because even Nkrumah held it with his right hand.
Well,
and it was the first time that the state sword was being used.
Because he was taking it from the
colonials.
The colonial.
Yes.
And he wanted to show that we, the black
man, is capable of managing his own affairs.
Exactly. So we have gotten it. So probably they were doing that. So that for me would be, but if somebody in a contemporary time...
So you're seeing the minority leader there in your shot. Yes, minority leader and majority leader. Minority leader Alexander Kwamina Afenyomakin in his beautiful kente.
And Dr. Atufosun doesn't disappoint with his suit and tie.
You see Muntakat Mubarak now.
Haruna Idrisu,
Sam George,
Alhaji Collins
Dauda. And Alhaji Collins Dauda. Yeah, the man who is always wearing white. Even when he was
the man in white.
Even when he was going to court all the time with his Saglemi case, which is not finished, by the way. I wonder now that a new Attorney General is going to take over, whether they are going to continue with the Saglemi housing case.
Well, it's still in court. So
it's still in court, but it's the Attorney General that is prosecuting the case. So if there is a new Attorney General from his party, will the Attorney General continue prosecuting?
Yes, they
or they can file another prosecution.
This is it.
But whatever be the case has to be dealt with.
Exactly.
So whether they discontinue or they don't, it has to be ended.
Yeah, it has to be ended some way, somehow. I'm just wondering how it's going to end, whether they will continue or they'll file a nullity process. It still remains to be seen. Yeah, it still remains to be seen. So we're talking about the sword, right? The sword of
the state sword.
The state sword, the symbol of power.
So, for instance, if I take the sword and I do this, it's like finally I've gotten all the power. But if I take the sword and I hold it like this, 2 hands, and I do this like I'm deferring to the people or something, in humility.
So whichever way submissions,
So that is the Chief Justice GHOne Araba
Isaba Sakitokunu. He's getting ready to swear in President-elect.
And the petition to remove her was dismissed
yesterday
as vexatious and frivolous. Was thrown out.
Some more members of parliament in your shot.
Yeah, Francis Xavier is also there.
The
second deputy speaker of parliament in your shot there, and the first deputy speaker of parliament as well in your shot there.
The deputy minority leader, Patricia PJ.
Minority chief with Frank Anodombre there.
Also there.
Dr. Osei Educhum. Former education
immediate
minister.
past education minister.
That place might be very haunting.
Quite an interesting.
Well, it's a full sitting of parliament, right? It's a full sitting of parliament because when you look at the constitution, the president must be sworn in, in parliament. Just that the sitting of parliament has been moved to the Independence Square. So you expect to see all 275.
Well, we're still waiting for
outstanding.
75 years, you are right.
So these are chiefs from the northern part of Ghana. There in your shot as well. So everybody who is is there.
The creme de la creme.
To witness this historic moment. I am eagerly anticipating the inaugural speech of John Dramani Mahama.
It's past 10.
I hope that we do not have issues of plagiarism this time around.
NDC has never done that.
Oh dear.
It is only ex-president who
in
did
the history of the Fourth Republic. It is only Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's 2017 inaugural speech, which is most memorable in the minds of a lot of Ghanaians.
Yes.
Because of the plagiarism aspect, but not necessarily only because of that. It's also because what he said at that time was quite profound.
Yeah, it resonated with a lot of Ghanaians.
Charging people to be citizens
and not spectators.
Not spectators, right?
Yeah, he took it from Bill Clinton.
Yeah, from Bill Clinton.
And Bush.
Yeah, and Bush.
2 presidents of the U.S. That means you don't respect yourself.
There was a member of parliament who also plagiarized Ali Muhammad's son, Farouk Ali Muhammad, after he lost. He also plagiarized Kamala Harris's
acceptance speech, Quite a lot of
that was word for word. Farouk Ali Muhammad's own was word for word what Kamala Harris, put out there in his. I don't think there's going to be any plagiarism today. Yeah, so now there are internet tools and other tools that you can use to check plagiarism. So if you write something, you put it in plagiarism checker and then you check it before you print it, so that you make sure that you are not plagiarizing. But I'm looking forward to it. Because this is historic, right? The first president to do 2 non-consecutive terms, right? So he's coming back for another term after 8 years, going into opposition 8 years ago. After 8 years, he's coming back. He has an agenda to reset the country. So I'm looking forward to hearing.
And he has just 4 years to do that resetting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing exactly what he has got to say to the good people of Ghana now that he has officially taken over the reins of government. So you are seeing the clerk of parliament walking, being led by the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin. You can see the Speaker's mace. So the Clerk of Parliament, who presided yesterday before Speaker Bagbin was re-nominated or re-elected, leading the Speaker Alban Bagbin to his seat. Of course, we know that the Speaker is presiding because this is a session of Parliament, so he also has to go and take his seat. So he'll go and take his seat there. So you see the seating arrangements are done just the way it will be done in Parliament, right? Yes. So you'd realize that when the President was delivering the State of the Nation address, this is how the seating arrangement was. So it's exactly like that. So after the President is sworn in, he will go and take that big chair, and then sit in it, but that's Alban Bagbin, Speaker of Parliament, arriving, exchanging pleasantries with Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono. You remember their beef, so to speak, towards the end of the 8th Parliament. About between the judiciary and the legislature, right?
The
declaring of seats vacant.
And then the constitutionality of what to declare vacant and what not to declare vacant. It was quite interesting.
The Chief Justice was so worried that we are living in a country where the Parliament of Ghana is not sitting. We are in a constitutional crisis. And the Speaker seemed not to be bothered.
Policies it is pushed through before they were never done.
Perhaps the Speaker was trying to prove that he's number 3.
Yes, well, he had emphasized
so
that.
Number 3 and the number 4.
And he proved it. He didn't budge. He didn't do it. Most of the things that the MPP were.
But eventually, number 4, made interpretation.
Yes.
To the constitutional provision.
We ran a constitutional.
And eventually swore number 3 in.
Yeah.
So they need each other. I mean, you are number 3, but number 4 has to swear you in. So
they are interrelated.
Exactly, they are supposed to work together for the interests of the people of this country, not as individuals.
The important thing is that she is number 4.
Former Finance Minister Seth Tekwe there.
Yeah, Seth Tekwe in your shot there.
Will he still be made Finance Minister?
No.
I thought that was your husband.
No,
it's not.
Fred, no.
But so we'll see. Well, with the appointments that have been made, we only know of just a few of them, but within the first 90 days, like the president has said, these appointments will be made. So these are dignitaries arriving. These are dignitaries from Morocco.
Remind you on the 30%.
Who are Doc is still insistent
Dr. Mika is still insistent on
affirmative
her
page 113.
Page 113, affirmative action.
Yes.
No, of the NDC manifesto.
Oh, the NDC manifesto. Affirmative action. Affirmative action. I've not seen NAPO.
Page 113.
Yes, I haven't signed
you have
paragraph.
Paragraph.
Well,
5 point something.
She knows the paragraph too.
Well, he's no more a member of parliament.
NAPO?
Yes.
But he should be there. He's a statesman.
An important statesman.
He's a statesman.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's there somewhere.
Exactly.
I'm sure Napo is there somewhere. Would like our cameras to capture him. So that we will see him. We've captured everybody. So we'd like our cameras to capture him so that we'll see him.
Why is the president not around?
So we have been telling you about all the people who have been or who have arrived. So in your shot now, Vice President, former Vice President Dr. Baumia, former President John Ajekum Kufuor, former Second Lady Samira Baumia, former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, and his sweet,
beautiful
Rebecca, who was quite angry at Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin for allowing parliamentarians to talk to her husband anyhow. I don't know if you saw that video.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that video.
I wasn't there.
This is Kofi Adams.
Yeah.
Kofi Adams, Member of Parliament for the Buem constituency. There in your shot as well. Comfort Doyo Gansa as well.
There's Quincy Sawyer there. And a host of other parliamentarians who've made their way to the Independence Square. Does it appear that President-elect John Mahama is making his way? I see a few more dignitaries also coming in there. We are patiently awaiting the arrival of President-elect Mahama so he can take his oath of office, and then the work to resetting the country begins. Ghanaians are eager. Like we've been discussing, Ghanaians may not be that patient in waiting for him to settle in.
So it says within the first 90 days, right? He will scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. E-levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bets winnings, and emissions levy. So, Dr. Norman, within the first 90 days.
120 days.
It's
So
very
within the
achievable.
first 90 days. There's a 120 day
days
period,
social
but within the first 90 days, this is what he says that he will do. Also, within the first 90 days, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes, and also drafting the needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. So these are things that he has said he will do within the first 90 days.
They are all achievable, and he's giving himself enough time. 90 days, good laws can be passed in Parliament. Because by that time, Parliament will be already. Yes.
And that's around that time that the first budget will be presented.
Exactly. So Parliament will be ready for that. In terms of the taxes for agricultural, industrial equipment, they are very necessary. If you want to land the 24-hour economy, you have to give the people the chance to be able to have the equipment. And I wish it had linked it to also reduction in interest rate for the importation of this equipment, so that the people who invest in them. And interestingly, I've been inspired by President Mahama and General Mosquito. They are good farmers. And when I saw his farm, I said to my wife, we're going to have to do the same. Because he's got a space, we have the space, we should be able to do that. You know, so I think the equipment, the taxes on those equipment will help a great deal in motivating people to take farming and investment in manufacturing very, very seriously. So they are all doable.
Alexander Kwamina Fenyumakin in your shot there, the minority leader. You can see Dr. Kwabena Dufo, former governor of the Bank of Ghana, former finance minister. I think he's been one of the longest serving finance ministers that we've had here in this country, right? Yeah, he was, you know.
You can also see Joyce Bar Mokhtari
Joyce Bar Mokhtari also there in your shot. This is Jacob Zuma in your shot, former president of South Africa. In your shots there. Also at the inauguration of JDM or JM as president. JM has also said that he's going to establish an accelerated export development council, and this council is going to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. So he'll do this within the first 90 days. I mean, the first 120 days. Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on the needed improvements to the education sector. When you talk about education, free SHS has been front and center really of education in this country for about the past 8 years. It's been arguably the most talked about policy in this country, and it is arguably the biggest legacy that President Akufo-Addo will leave behind as he's exiting office. But in your shot there, you are seeing the representative of the president of Equatorial Guinea arriving, you know, there in that vehicle that you see. So the Equatorial Guinea representatives are arriving there in your shot. But talking about convening a national consultative conference of education, you know, how crucial will something like this be in your estimation?
I think it's
for
very
us to talk about education. Do we not already know the problems in the education sector?
Oh, but I think we have learned a lot. The implementation of the free SHS policy has been plagued with a number of challenges. And I think that it's time for us to pause and look at it critically. I've always felt that it is a good thing that everybody is given an opportunity to go to school. And in our time, boarding houses going to a boarding house was a big deal for us. Where at least we are able to get away from learn in an environment that is conducive and all those kinds of things.
And Julius Deborah and Asiedun Ketia, chairman of the NDC and chief of staff of President Mahama in your shots there.
So, but when the free SHS was introduced, we realized because of the large numbers, a number of young people found themselves not in the boarding system, but the parents had to hire places for them.
And that's the president of Rwanda.
Hey,
Paul Kagame. Yeah, he's in town. Yeah. Wow. I like this money.
Yeah.
Benevolent dictatorship.
Benevolent what?
Dictatorship.
Well, he's a democratically elected president.
I know. I'm saying, but he's anyway, that's not what we're going to discuss.
Democratically elected. He has more than like 90%.
Yes. I'm saying by the way
Rwanda
is governed.
Yeah.
It puts everybody is in
line.
In line.
Rwanda is transformed, under his leadership.
Because
right?
so you can't do anything. For instance, sorry, I was going to talk about the SHS, but let me just talk quickly about this one. That even domestic violence against women, these things we have been talking about. When I was in Rwanda, I think was it last year or so, I took a taxi. I never said anything. I didn't introduce myself as a gender activist or anything. The taxi driver started chatting with me. He said, "Do you know that in this country, if you are a man, you even get a woman pregnant, and the girl says that you were responsible for the pregnancy, and you even deny that it's a criminal offense, and you'll be jailed. You cannot touch your wife. If you have a disagreement with your wife, you don't want her, you must leave the house and not kick her out like we do here." And they say there are so many things you can't do in Rwanda. The people, you can't go around be throwing things around. The people themselves will arrest you. And so there's so much discipline.
There's so much discipline.
Yeah, let me get back to
of Paul Kagame. But in your shot there, you are seeing an exchange of pleasantries between dignitaries, President Akufo-Addo, or former President Akufo-Addo, and Dr. Bawumia. They're exchanging pleasantries, and I believe this potentially is the arrival of more dignitaries. A lot of people pretty excited to meet the dignitaries that are arriving. At the venue. So you see the horses coming. This can only mean one thing.
Yes.
This can only mean one thing. This is the arrival of John Dramani Mahama to the Black Star Square, which is a sitting of Parliament, like we've repeatedly been saying, to be sworn in.
And today is Constitutional Day.
Constitution Day.
Constitution Day. Quite interesting that we actually forgot what today is.
Well, a constitutional function
is
going to be a major constitutional function. Is going to be performed on Constitution Day. In your shot there, you see the National Chief Imam. In your shot, the evergreen, ever strong, ever living Chief Imam. You saw Joshua Alabi in your show there as well. Let's remind our viewers as well that not only are we live on GHOne television, we're also live on Star 103.5 FM. Live on Star 103.5 FM. We're also live on our social media platforms. We're streaming live on Facebook. Very big good morning to all of you who are watching and listening to us under our Facebook live stream. We see all of you. We're seeing your comments, and we appreciate you for watching us live on Facebook. We really appreciate you. Keep the comments coming, and we'd love to hear from you. Edbichum and Nsawama Duadri MP there. Frank Anodon Prayer, engaged in their chit chat. We're also live on YouTube. So for those of you who are watching us on YouTube as well, very big thank you for watching. We're going to make sure that we keep you posted and updated. Keep watching. We are live on X. Keep watching on X as well. We are live on Ultimate 106.9 FM in Kumasi. We are live on Empire 102.7 FM in Takoradi. As well, and this is our live coverage of the inauguration of John Dramani Mahama, who we believe has arrived. So very soon we'll be seeing him. He's also said that there is going to be
the SHS thing. I wanted to just
just wrap up on the SHS comment. Yes.
So I think that is, after 8 years, we really need to review the policy, because there are certain things that people have not even talked about, and I have been saying it on other platforms. That is because these young people were forced to be on their own. A number of them got pregnant, teenage pregnancy. I have known at least one person from my village who they.
All right, but I think we have to go to the Black Star Square. The speaker, I believe, has started a sitting of Parliament, and so we'll join the feed live now.
May proceed now.
right, so we believe that the parliamentary sitting has started. We heard the Speaker of Parliament announced that parliamentary sitting is starting. So you saw there Alexander Kwamna Afenyomarkin, Minority Leader, Kesiel, Dr. Kesiel Latoforsen, Majority Leader, Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbing, the Clerk of Parliament, and a few others gathering around and moving in to go and meet John Dramani Mahama as he arrives, to the venue. We believe that he should be there now, and so he will be met. And I believe that after they meet him, he will come and take his original sitting position, and the rest of the proceedings can be underway. So that is what you are seeing there in your shows. And of course, as is very typical of us here in this country, and rightly so, there is always a beautiful, beautiful cultural display. And you can see there in your shot the drummers of the fronton from the mighty fronton from drums. We know that the mighty fronton from drums are always beaten, when big and important occasions are happening here in this country, and this is one such occasion. And of course, my panel and my co-host, we're talking about the fact that today is a holiday and it is Constitution Day, and a big constitutional function is going to be performed, which is the swearing in of the president. So you can see there in your shot the arrival of John Dramani Mahama, president-elect, soon to be president of the Republic of Ghana, being led by an entourage of horses, the motorcade. Let's join the feed live.
Ghana having its first female vice president.
The bedlam here is intense. It is intense. There is much joy, happiness, excitement, all in readiness for what we are about to witness.
And security is also in full force. We have various security personnel deployed to ensure the total safety and security of personnel. They are all playing critical roles to ensure that this event goes seamlessly, devoid of any major hitches. We have rich display of culture.
I believe that is...
And that is DSP Mary Agamba. She's in charge of the police mounted.
Invited guests arriving now is the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Invited guests, arriving now is the president-elect John Dramani Mahama. He is accompanied by his spouse, soon to be First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? entourage into the Chamber of Parliament here at the Black Star Square. The entourage of Parliament includes the Clerks of Parliament and other senior officials of Parliament. We will soon enter the Chamber of Parliament, and so the Speaker of Parliament will shortly take over. Shall we please rise as they process into the chamber? To announce that only accredited photographers and media personnel are allowed at the designated places on the square. Please, if you are not authorized to be on the square, kindly move back.
Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, I now have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, to administer the oaths to the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. We will start with the Vice President-elect, who will take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the oath of the Vice President. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, you may now do so now.
Your Excellency, first the oath of allegiance. Kindly say after me. I,
Professor Nana Jane Oboko Ajiman,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect. And defend.
The
Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the oath of the Vice President. I,
Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman,
having been elected
to
the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
to the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And true.
To
the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The
Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And I dedicate myself.
To the service.
And well-being.
Of
the people of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the people of the Republic of Ghana.
And to do right. To all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana. And suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Lift your
Honorable members, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana shall now sign the oath book.
So we've just witnessed the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, take the oath of office. The oath of office was administered to her by the Chief Justice. Interestingly, both of them are old girls of Wesley Girls Senior High School in Cape Coast. All of them are also from the Central region. Both of them are also from the Central region. So that is a very interesting dynamic to this whole swearing in. Both of them accomplished women, right? A woman Chief Justice, the first woman Vice President, all of them from Wesley Girls. So props and big ups to Wesley Girls Senior High School. And props and big ups to the Central region, as well.
That's quite a feat. I mean, she's accomplished many firsts in her life, and I'm not sure she ever thought that in her quest to become first in a lot of the things she will become first female vice.
But she's the first in a lot of things.
Yes,
first female vice chancellor in Ghana
and
of a
across
university.
Africa.
In fact, in Africa, first female HOD of the English department. First female vice president as well. She's first of a lot of things, right? So this is real history, and she's charted a path that is going to be very inspirational to a lot of young women who are up and coming. They will know that it is possible, and they will know that once you put your mind to it, there is nothing that you cannot achieve, right? And she has also said that she comes and she represents hope. If you remember, that hope to the young woman out there, to the young lady out there, that they can also rise through the ranks and achieve big things in this life, and she represents that hope. But let's go back. The Speaker of Parliament will continue with proceedings.
And I have the pleasure and joy to, on your behalf, invite His Excellency the President-elect to take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Your Excellency, kindly say after me. This is the oath of allegiance. Your name?
John Dramani Mahama.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance.
And allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
The sovereignty.
The sovereignty.
And integrity.
And integrity.
Of Ghana.
Of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the presidential oath.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
having been elected
to the
high office
of President of the Republic of Ghana,
do
in the name of the Almighty God swear
in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. Let me be the first.
Right, so President John Dramani Mahama has been sworn in as President of the Republic of Ghana. No more President-elect. He is now President John Dramani Mahama, and he will now take the seat that the President occupies when he goes to Parliament. And you can see him there sitting in the seat. This is the moment that he has been waiting for. This is the moment that the NDC has been waiting for. This is the moment that a lot of Ghanaians have been waiting for. John Dramani Mahama is now President of the Republic of Ghana. He has been sworn into office, and as of now, till 7th January 2029, he is the President of the Republic, and history has been made. That's the man there in your shot, in his beautiful outfits.
This is quite interesting. We've never seen.
Now we will take the national anthem. Let's join the feed.
Culture and steady in its pursuit of progress.
All right, we're to take the national anthem, but of course, we all know the words of the national anthem: God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of rights. Fill our hearts with true humility, make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors' rule.
That one.
With all our will and might forevermore. Let's join the feed once again.
And modesty, and above all, truthfulness. From the moment he stepped into the political arena, John Mahama has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the people of Ghana. His approachable demeanor, paired with his genuine concern for the needs of the Ghanaian, has earned him their trust. A trust that is pivotal for any leader aiming to guide a nation through challenging times.
What I really like about GHOne is his humility. The man is simply so down to earth, it's unbelievable. He's so humble, it's unbelievable. I really like that about him.
John Mahama osronyame, odonyame, osronyame, openi pasem, okita kumapa. Mihuna se mihumi ni abema. Oyobi nso a onyiyi nipam. We are akwala o, we are openi o, we are pepeni o, we are twivi o, we are bebi a tribe bia o fibia John Mahama tawase. On kase we nye twivi, we nye we.
Honorable members, President Mahama is practical. He communicates his issues very, very well, and he understands the Ghanaian politics very well. He understands the Ghanaian people very well, and that is what I like about him.
The brand John Dramani Mahama is not just a name. It represents resilience, strength, progress, and empathy.
I believe John Dramani Mahama is loved by many. His personality.
And now, on your behalf, invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his inaugural address. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Hold it. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Ghana, and special guest of honor for this occasion, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Heads of Government and Development Agencies, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and former Presidents, Your Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. I wish you a good morning, and we give thanks to the Almighty God on this occasion. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you for giving us this day, a day that offers me, your humble servant, a unique opportunity to work to reset our dear country, Ghana. 32 years ago, on January 7th, Ghana made its first and most successful democratic transition, a reset, with the swearing in of the newly democratically elected President, GHOne Rawlings, of blessed memory. Our nation was returned to a multi-party democracy with a new constitution that went into effect, and the Fourth Republic was officially established. I refer to it as a reset because on that day in 1993, we made our fourth attempt at establishing a democratic system of government with term limits based on free, fair, and transparent elections. The handover of power on January 7, 2001, between former President GHOne Rawlings and at the time the newly elected President John Ajekun Kufuor, tested that reset, and our nation passed with flying colors. So today, with my induction as the new President of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history, one that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future. Today's exercise between the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and I feels a bit like a deja vu. That is because 8 years ago to this day, on January 7th, 2017, we shared this same space and performed this same transitional exercise. At the time, I was the outgoing president, having served one term, and he was the incoming president, having been given a mandate by the people of Ghana to lead this great nation of us. He and I both understood on that day, as I'm sure we are today, that it is the people of Ghana that we are elected to serve. Somehow, it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction. Because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake, and a smile. And he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our respective parties, and that we would have to face off 3 separate times as we each vied for the highest office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, and as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, 2 much younger men who entered Parliament together with a full head of black hair, and you with the same bald head and round eyeglasses, I have to say that you have without exception been a worthy opponent. I extend my warmest wishes to His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia. It was a grueling campaign, and we gave it our all. Your sportsmanship in making an early concession eased tensions and contributed to the early conclusion of the electoral contest. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. My brothers and sisters, the world in which Ghana exists today, as I begin this presidency, is not the same world in which we have lived under other presidencies. There are tensions and conflicts that have not previously existed between nations. These tensions and conflicts place pressure on alliances to decide where we will support. There's a seismic shift happening within the system of global economic dominance. Whereas the G7 nations, United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan once provided the highest percentage of the world's GDP, over the last decade, that number has been steadily dropping. However, the combined total of the GDP of the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, UAE, their GDP has been consistently increasing. In 2023, for instance, the G7's combined total of world GDP was 30%. But by 2029, that number is predicted to drop to 27%. In 2023, the BRICS percentage of world GDP was 37.3%. And so what does this mean to us in Ghana? What could it mean to our economy? Where do we fit in this geopolitical maelstrom? Technology such as artificial intelligence has taken us to new heights, opening up the potential for national, financial, and personal security issues that we are not yet able to imagine. One example is the use of misinformation and algorithm manipulations on social media platforms to sway a particular group's sentiments towards or away from something. Now more than ever before, we need to strengthen our ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work in alliance with all our neighbors in the sub-region. Recognizing the history of our borders, we also acknowledge that on the other side of our country's borders are our family members. They may be Ivorians, they may be Togolese, they may be Burkinabes, they may be Nigerians or Malians, but they are also Akans, they are Kassines, they are Guans, they are Ewes, they are Nzemes, they are Hauses, they are Moshis and Gurmes, because we are all part of one another, one big family. With the increase of the climate crisis, and as the waters grow warmer, melting the Arctic ice and permafrost, there's a greater likelihood for viruses that have been frozen and thought to be extinct for decades, perhaps even centuries, to begin to spread and create another global pandemic. The changing climate conditions, increased population density in urban areas, and mass international travel are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Let us not forget the toll that the past epidemics of viruses like Ebola, COVID, and Mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the sub-region. Let us also not forget how swiftly and completely the COVID pandemic brought the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, But when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity. An opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I with all humility assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timeously to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. We need a reset with our faith in our dear nation, Ghana. And by that, I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media are what we call Ghana. I ask that we enter into the covenant with the Ghana we all love and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana that we all strive for? What behaviors, what attitudes and mindsets can we reset? We need a reset, and we have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the case. As we stand at this momentous crossroads in our nation's history, I am honored and humbled to accept the mantle of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we celebrate a new administration and herald an unprecedented era of opportunity and transformation. With Nana, Jane, Opoku-Agyeman by my side, we are poised to embark on a journey of progress and inclusivity, united in our vision for a more prosperous Ghana. This day is particularly special for us and for every Ghanaian who dreams of a society where barriers are shattered and ambitions are realized. With the inauguration of Ghana's first female vice president, we have turned a significant page in our history. Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. This is a powerful testament to the power of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population strengthens our democracy and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide for our youth and our women, regardless of their background. Together we'll galvanize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream, believe, and achieve without any restraints. Remember that great leadership is not defined merely by the offices we occupy, but by the legacy that we leave for future generations. My administration, along with my Vice President, Nana Opoku-Agyeman, will prioritize inclusivity, accountability, and innovation, forging pathways that would lead to the upliftment of all of our citizens. I'm profoundly grateful for this moment, a cornerstone in our journey towards a brighter future for Ghana. In this resounding victory, I see a clarion call, particularly from the youth of Ghana, a generation that is brimming with potential and dreams that are waiting to be realized. This moment is a powerful affirmation that your voices matter, that your aspirations are valid, and that your future must be our priority. We're committed to translating your hopes into action and creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, employment, and empowerment. Our policies will be tailored to sustain innovation and foster industry that engages today's young minds and equip them with the skills needed for tomorrow's challenges. Together with the private sector and captains of business, we will create decent and well-paying jobs. As we embark on this new chapter, I assure you that our decisions will champion diversity in all facets of governance, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of your ethnicity, your gender, your age, your religion, or any background, will have the opportunity to contribute to our nation's story. Ghana's youth represent the heartbeat of our democracy. Their ambition will drive our policies as we strive to create an inclusive, equitable society where everyone has a seat at the table. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. It symbolizes empowerment, the empowerment of every Ghanaian to contribute to our national progress. My fellow citizens, this vision will allow us to embrace diversity, to cater to varied lifestyles and preferences, and foster a culture of inclusion, ensure that every citizen can enjoy the fruits of his hard work. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investment contribute to the collective welfare of our nation. Your role in driving our economy forward cannot be overstated. Your innovation and dedication will be a backbone of our success story. And I pledge to you that we would look at the tax regime and rationalize them so that they are more transparent and fair. Members of the business community, I assure you, Ghana is open for business again. Let me thank you, Your Excellencies, my fellow presidents, for leaving what is a busy schedule behind and coming to join us at this ceremony. Your presence brings honor to this inaugural ceremony. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you and to our sister countries who have traveled from near and far to be with us today. Your presence is a testament to the strong bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between our nations. And I promise you I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect between our nations. To my friends from across Africa and the world, I thank you and welcome you to Ghana. And in our local parlance, I say Akwaba to all of you. To my family and fellow citizens, my wife Lodina, I thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to our shared vision. This journey is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to each of you. Let today be the dawn of a new era of hope, an era of job creation, an era of accountability, an era of institutional strengthening and resilience, and an era of unparalleled potential for all Ghanaians. We will write the next chapter in Ghana's story, and it will be one of promise, transparency, and transformative progress. My fellow citizens, this is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where hope thrives and dreams become a reality. Together, let us cultivate a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not just ideals we aspire to, but are the very fabric of our nation. In closing, I invite you to partner with us on this journey. Together we can create a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not simply goals we are aiming for, but are the cornerstone of our society. Let's work hand in hand to foster these values and strengthen our nation for everyone. My fellow citizens, our invited guests, I thank you very much. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you.
Honorable members, on your behalf, I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his address. Your Excellency, the House is extremely grateful to you. Honorable members, now we have the presence of our special guest of honor in the distinguished personality of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of the Federal, I should say the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is my honor to now invite him to deliver his address. Your Excellency, you are welcome to do so now.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Head of State and Government here present, Right Honorable Speaker and Members of Parliament of Ghana, members of the diplomatic corps, eminent personalities here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is always good when a friend and brother can visit the home of a close neighbor to celebrate his success and progress with him. Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government to another. This moment does not merely symbolize another milestone in the evolution of Ghanaians' democratic society. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors. It is time that our continent critics stop forgetting the strides that Ghana, Nigeria, and others have made. We need not prove ourselves to them. We have nothing to prove to anyone except ourselves. We will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people. Today, I am here not only as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but also as an African in resolute support of Ghana and our people. This moment is a source of pride and honor for Ghanaians, the entire continent, and its diaspora. The sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in African sky. This black star shines over this nation, and its rays spread across this continent with a sense of shared history, hope, compassion, unity, devotion to our common welfare. While others may seek to demean Africa and keep brothers pitted against brothers, that shining star reminds us of who we are. Better yet, it reminds us of who we can be. That star reminds us always to strive and work together, bond together, even when we disagree. We must choose the path of peaceful dialogue. Never can we do harm to our brothers, nor can we permit any outsider to disrupt our bonds of brotherhood. The spirit of Ghana, the first Republic President, Osagebo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, is here present today, lifting that star higher and higher. Just as Ghana draws inspiration and a well of strength from Kwame Nkrumah and many of his past leaders, Nigeria similarly draws inspiration from its founding fathers, who not only fought for our independence, but also cherished the close relationship between our two nations. May we always walk in the way and in the spirit of these enlightened leaders. Ghana is in harmony with that spirit, and President John Mahama inauguration today reflect that. Your new president is a man of patriotic vision and substance. He loves his nation and his people to the core. He believes that your nation has a mission and intend for you all to fulfill it. No one can ask more of a leader than that. President John Mahama and I share a deep friendship. My dear brother, I am here to work with you. You know you can count on Nigeria's support at any given time. you call on me. We are your brothers and sisters. We shall always be there for you. May your administration be a profound success and progress for you, Ghanaians, and the entire region. I am confident that new government under the leadership of President John Mahama will work with Nigeria to strengthen this powerful bond, leading to greater shared progress, prosperity for the people of our two nations. I have no doubt that your administration will bring about positive change and progress. Your accession to the power should also mark a new and invigorating momentum in pursuing sub-regional and integration and progress. With laser focus, we can tackle our people's most pressing problem of poverty, youth unemployment, instability, insurgency, and many other problems hampering our desired progress. May Ghana's democracy continue to grow stronger. May progress and prosperity be your portion. Let us all look forward to a future filled with hope, opportunity, and progress. God bless Ghana and its beloved people. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and its beloved people. God bless ECOWAS. God bless our beloved Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Honorable members, we are indeed inspired by the warm words of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I now have the honor to, on your behalf, invite the visiting heads of state and former presidents to congratulate the President of the Republic of Ghana. I have a real tall list It is my hope and prayer
Twice elected in my kingdom.
As highlighted by the President and our special guest of honor, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Now, what else? What is the next on the agenda? Because
very soon we will witness.
Honorable members, I will now, on your behalf, call the names of our distinguished dignitaries, the heads of states and presidents from various countries, to come to congratulate His Excellency the President of Ghana. And I will start with our special guests, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, and the Head of State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the person of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to lead in this whole exercise. Your Excellency, you may proceed to do so now. Immediately after him will be His Excellency the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame. Then follows His Excellency the President of the Republic of Togo, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé. After him comes His Excellency the President of Benin, the Republic of Benin, in the person of Patrice Talon. Bon Benin.
Félicitations.
Then follows the President of Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow. After him, we have His Excellency Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Federal Republic of Sierra Leone. Immediately follows His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. After His Excellency the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. After him follows the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, His Excellency Jose Maria Neves. After the President of Cabo Verde, we have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya.
I went to his farm, Beautiful farm.
Rural boy. The rural boy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Honorable members, after His Excellency William Ruto, This is the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr. We also have His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. He is the President of the Republic of Namibia. Sorry. That is a she, not a he. Doctor, you may forgive me. After Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, is His Excellency Basiru Diomaye Faye, the President of the Republic of Senegal. We then have the President of the Republic of Chad, in the person of His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno. After him, we have the President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Gideon Boku. After him comes the head of state of the strong people of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Honorable members, the full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity. We have His Excellency Brigadier General Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon. After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, who is the President of Guinea-Conakry. And after him, we have the Prime Minister Abdoulaye Maïga is the Prime Minister of Mali. We also have the Prime Minister of Niger in the person of Mr. Lamine Zain Ali Mahman, and the Prime Minister of Haiti, His Excellency Fritz Alphonse Jean. Prime Minister Mali, Prime Minister of Niger. After him is the Prime Minister of Haiti. Bonjour, ça va? Bienvenue. After that, we have the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, the person of His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. Then follows the Vice President of Uganda, the person of Jessica Rose Epel Alupo. We have the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango. That is rather the Vice President of Tanzania. We also have with us the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire.
Greetings from President Museveni.
The person of Chemoko Meiliet Kone. Tanzanite. La Côte d'Ivoire. After His Excellency the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire, we have the Vice President of Mauritania, His Excellency Mohamed Adihali Khatra.
Congratulations. My father. Congratulations.
The Vice President of Mauritania, we now have the Speaker of Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Rashid Talbi Alami. After him is the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Together with his younger brother, the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
Speaker.
Morocco.
Speaker of Morocco.
Yes.
I hope to see you.
Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
After His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have the former President of Liberia, in the person of Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. After her, we have the former President of the Federal Republic of South Africa, in the person of His Excellency Jacob Zuma. After the former President of South Africa, we have the former President of Germany, His Excellency Christian Wolff. After Germany, follows the foreign minister of the European Union, Belgium, European Affairs, Foreign Trade, and the Funeral Culture Institute. His Excellency Bernard Quintin.
Chairman. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Mr. Chairman. Yes. Good to see you, Speaker. Thank you.
After the foreign minister of EU, we have the senior minister, His Excellency Jean-Jacques Broya of Congo, Brazzaville. After Congo, Brazzaville, we have the Minister for Africa, the United Nations, the Commonwealth and Human Rights of United Kingdom. Speaker? Yes. In the person of Lord Collins of Highbury.
Congratulations. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
After him comes the Minister for Defense of Zimbabwe, Honorable Opa Michinguri Kashiri.
Jean-Jacques.
President Baumia.
So nice to see you. Look at you. Good to see you.
Congratulations on your re-election.
Being a wonderful ambassador. We're all proud of it. I thought you'd stay longer.
We also have the Minister for Housing, Lands and Maintenance of Barbados, Honorable Dwight Sutherland, Member of Parliament. Barbados.
Greetings from Prime Minister.
Yes.
Sir.
It's quite long. I have to cut protocol and go to invite the former Vice President of our great Republic of Ghana, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Mahmoudou Baumia. Honorable members, once again, the list is very, very long. I will now invite the President of the ECOWAS Commission, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Omar Eliu Toure. We have so many special envoys and ministers from Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia. We have the mayor of Los Angeles, United States. And please, you are all invited to follow in this order, the order I just mentioned. Thank you. Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia, Mayor of Los Angeles, Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the African Union Commission Chairperson, Special Envoy, His Excellency Wamikele. And we have the Honorary Consul General for Nigeria and Ghana of Belize, Dr. Ifeanyiku Ifede.
Speaker, expecting the meeting.
We have the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Secretary General of Climate Vulnerable Forum, Pan-African Parliament, the President himself, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephania Charbura. We have the African Development Bank. The President of the African Development Bank is here himself. We have the Vice President of the World Bank in charge of Western and Central Africa. Then the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, our own Dr. George Ajekum Donko. We have the United Bank for Africa, Chairman of the group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, and we have the Ambassador of Bahamas, Yes. We have the President of the Secretary General of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, and the Deputy National Secretary Advisor to Sheikh Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa of Bahrain. And then the Executive Director of Africa Development Bank Group, And we have the Vice President for Africa, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Usman Diagana.
For a higher calling. You don't have
After all this, I will invite the former speakers of our parliament. They may come congratulate His Excellency the President. I am compelled by the situation, not only time constraints, but the exhaustion of all gathered here, to invite the Chairman of the Council of Elders of the Great Evergreen National Democratic Congress, who could at his pleasure come with some of the executives of the party to congratulate His Excellency the President. And we will crown it all with the First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Her Excellency Lordina Mahama.
So the inauguration of the president is still underway. Just gone by, you saw dignitaries shaking the hands of the president. You saw Malik Basintale in your shot there, that Basintale boy greeting the president. You saw the family of the president, Lordina Mahama, the first lady, and you saw John Mahama's sons and daughter as well, shaking hands with him. A long list of dignitaries all filing past the vice president, the speaker of parliament, shaking hands with them and shaking hands with the president, exchanging pleasantries. So that is what is currently still ongoing. And right after this, I'm pretty sure we'll be bringing proceedings at the Black Star Square to a close. The president has duly been inaugurated. He's taken the oath of office. He has been sworn in. And so he is now the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. That's right. and he is the president of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. He's given his inaugural speech, and there are quite a number of things that the president mentioned in his inaugural speech. Key among them, indicating that there are some 4 things now this presidency is going to focus on. Economic restoration, improving the business investment environment, and even on that score, he later told the diplomatic community and other representatives from other countries that are there that Ghana is now open for business. If you listen to him, he talked about governance and constitutional reforms, and he talked about accountability
and the fight against corruption.
I
mean, the fight against corruption has been something that he's been drumming since the campaigning period, after which he formed Oral right after the declaration that he's president-elect. I mean, he's keen in the fight against corruption. It's something that he's talked about. Prior to 2016, it's something that the then NPP party characterized his governance with corruption and corruption-related offenses, for which Ghanaians voted them out. He, on the campaign trail prior to the 2024 general election, also hammered strongly on corruption and corruption-related offenses, and how his government, if he is elected, his government will be keen in fighting corruption. So it's not surprising that he still talks about the fight against corruption. That will be one of the priority areas of his governance.
And we'll come back and talk about that. But let's talk about something interesting. It's a rare occasion to see John Dramani Mahama, the president, dressed the way he's dressed today, right? Looking very sharp in his what is it called? Is it called Agbada?
Agbada. But
right?
Agbada is synonymous with Nigerian outfit, but this one is Ghanaian infused.
Yes, Ghanaian infused. It has some Idinkra symbols in there. So let's talk about some of the Idinkra symbols, in the president's attire, right? For example, there is Nyamidua, in there, Nyamidua in there. Essentially, it means that Nyamidua, God's tree.
Yeah,
that's
so the
direct translation, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's a symbol of God's presence and protection. Essentially, that is what the Nyamidua means, right? So you see those Adinkra symbols, on President John Mahama's attire. Also, there is Jinyame in there. And we all know, God. We all know what Jinyame means. We accept God, a symbol that is expressing the omnipotence of God, and arguably the most popular Dinkra symbol that we have here in the country, right? Jinyame is everywhere.
So, Jinyame is everywhere.
Jinyame, had it not been for God, John Mahama would not be president.
And he's talked a lot about God, even on the campaign trail, and even after being elected, he talks a lot about God. So I mean, it's not surprising, except God.
And even with that, there is Sankofa as well. Sankofa.
And Ghanaians have Sankofa him.
Yeah, go back and get it, Sankofa.
Yeah.
I mean, in Akan, they say that free, now Sankofa in Chi. Yeah, so Sankofa. It's not a taboo to go back to what you forgot or left behind. So Ghanaians have gone back. So you're seeing John Mahama's sons in your shot there.
His daughter-in-law.
Yeah, daughter-in-law, yes. And then the sons of John Mahama.
Maybe
I think they went to exchange pleasantries with others and then, came back. So there is also
that we are struggling, please. The Chi dictionary is in the house. Can you help us? Is it Jenimeng or Jenimeng?
Jenimeng, humility and strength, essentially, is what that means. The ram's horns.
Yeah.
Essentially is what that Idinkra symbol is for, the ram's horns, which is a symbol of strength in mind, body and soul, humility, wisdom and learning. And if you look at it critically, you look at the University of Ghana's logo, you see that particular Idinkra symbol, in the University of Ghana's logo as well. So, a lot of symbolism in the attire of John Dramani Mahama, speaking volumes, right? So he's talking about the fact that there is the presence of God, in there. He's talking about humility and strength. He's talking about Sankofa, and he's talking about God. except God. But let's go back and join the feed. Alban Bagwin continues with the proceedings.
To come and give an indication as to where we proceed to from here. Please, the majority and the minority leaders.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have exhausted the business on today's order paper. In view of that, I move that this House adjourn to tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the forenoon.
Mr. Speaker, it is the desire of the minority that this House be suspended so we continue to do business in fulfillment of the 24-hour economy. However, if the majority leader so pleases, I shall second his motion for adjournment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, in view of what your leaders have said, adjourn the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of January 2025 at 12 noon. The sitting is accordingly adjourned. That's what it.
So Parliament has duly been adjourned after the majority leader moved the motion for the House to be adjourned. It was seconded by the minority leader, Alexander Kwamena Afenyomarkin. And so this business of Parliament today has come to an end. The business of Parliament today was the swearing in of the Vice President and the President of the Republic of Ghana. And that has been done. And so Parliament has been adjourned to 12 noon tomorrow. Where the MPs are going to, start properly business of the 9th Parliament. And we're going to see exactly how all of that plays out from tomorrow. Of course, you can count on us to bring you an update and a report on how proceedings fare in Parliament tomorrow. But we're still here in the studio with our guests who have not left us yet. They have listened to the inaugural speech of the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And I believe that they have, a few pointers and a few things to say about the speech that John Dramani Mahama delivered. Of course, I'm still here in the studio with my co-host Lily Mohammed and our guest in the studio, Dr. Ishmael Norman and Dr. Charity Benka are here. Dr. Benka, John Mahama has delivered his inaugural speech. He talked about his speech hinging on 4 key areas: economic restoration, improving the business environment, governance and constitutional reforms, and
accountability and fight against corruption. What are your thoughts?
Her speech gives us hope. When she talks about economic empowerment and all those other things, we have to remind him or the NDC government of the Women's Bank, Development Bank.
Yeah. I mean, he talks about inclusivity.
Yes, so
championing inclusivity.
Yes, so there are specific things that they've mentioned, and we want to see that happened. I think one of the things that I also like about the speech is about the call for unity, that we can do this together. It's just one person and just a government, but all of us, Ghana belongs to all of us. He said, he is Ghana, I am Ghana, all of us here are Ghana. So we all have a stake in this. We must work together. It means that not only are we going to demand accountability from people who we have chosen to govern us, but we as a people have to have some kind of reorientation about our attitudes. We all must know that Ghana belongs to all of us. Some of us even end up helping to corrupt those who are in power. So we also have to do something about it. We have a responsibility. We have hope. And I like the aspect about the gender. The gender issue that he raised. That more women. In fact, it's a testament. The appointment of the female. As a female, the first female vice president. Surely, is going to pave way for many, many other women to aspire to the highest level, knowing that it has given us hope that all is not lost. There is still hope for women, young women, old women, all of us, who are wondering whether the door can ever be open for us. Professor has shown that the door can be open, and this government has shown that the door can be open where there is political will. So I am looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to them implementing everything that they said about gender equality, the empowerment of women, the economic empowerment of people. He also talked about disability. And I think that is also very important. Today, I am walking, running around. The next day, I could be physically challenged. But our public buildings and all that, many of them, disability friendly. Yes, and I think we need to do something about it. And I'm hoping that since it's captured in the manifesto, it will be focused on seriously. Our health facilities also need to be looked at because we need to improve that. And I'm also hoping that as a country we sit down and do a proper evaluation of the senior high school policy, the free senior high school policy, see where the gaps are so that it can work for us. Because it's something which has become a legacy that we must hold on to for generations to come. But we need to improve it to make sure it works, we get the desired results. So, in all, I think that the speech, he also talked about global issues. There are some of the issues that he talked about. Some of us are joking with this climate change issue. So I'm happy that he captured it in his speech. Today, he was even talking about the ice melting, all those. I didn't even know some of these diseases are a result of all these old diseases that have been covered. Suddenly, they start popping up. So for me, it's an eye-opener that indeed there are some of the things that we are doing unknowingly. We are destroying the environment, and I'm happy that they are going to. I'm also hoping that, like many other countries who have banned the use of polythene, carrier bags and things, they are all over the place. They never dissolve in this thing. So we need to do something. So I'm very excited about the speech.
So I believe that there is an honor guard for the president to inspect. Let's join the feed and take a look at this.
the parade commander is marching to ask permission for the inspection of the parade.
Presidential inauguration ceremony, guard honor conduct. Guard mounted by the Ghana Navy. 96 rank and file with the Ghana Navy regimental band in attendance, ready for inspection. Lieutenant Ghana Navy, Kenneth Opoku, report Your Excellency. Aye, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have the Navy Regimental Band on parade. It's under the command of Staff Lieutenant Doris Iboni.
Excellency, inspection over. May I have your permission to march off the guard? Aye, Your Excellency.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem? All uniformed personnel are entreated to salute. Followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, her ladyship. Demands. Please, let's clear the way for the President to leave. Leave, followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, her ladyship. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, our heads of state and dignitaries will depart in order as they came in. to be the president of Nigeria, followed by Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Côte d'Ivoire, Congo-Brazzaville, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, The Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Namibia, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Togo, Botswana, Barbados, Morocco, and Gabon.
So the president has left the premises of the Flagstaff House. You can see him there.
Not the Flagstaff House.
I mean,
the Independence Square.
Independence Square. You know, I said Flagstaff House because behind the scenes we're talking about the Flagstaff House, but yeah, the Independence Square, and probably to the Flagstaff House. I don't know what name the NDC are going to decide to call the house. You know,
whether they'll go back to Flagstaff
because
House.
Because the NDC have always maintained that it is the Flagstaff House, while the MPP have maintained that it is the Jubilee House. So we don't know if those are going to come to play again. But yes, the Independence Square or the Black Star Square, the president has left. The other dignitaries are leaving. Proceedings have now come to a close, and the president has been duly sworn in as the Republic. As the president of the Republic
of Ghana.
Yes, of Ghana. And we were talking about the inaugural speech.
Yeah. Dr. Binka,
I just want to land.
Yes,
okay. Just by saying that we are looking forward to the implementation of all the promises that they made, the fulfillment of all the promises, particularly the 30% of appointment of women to leadership positions. And that fulfillment of that promise starts from today. In the next few days and months, 3 months, we want to see that appointment done.
Okay.
It's non-negotiable. It's not something that women of this country want to go and be begging and lobbying. It is there clearly stated in black and white and green in the manifesto. And we want to see that they implement everything that they plan to do. And one of them is the appointment of women, the ministerial position. In the morning, we talk about 30% of 60.
So
that's 18.
Yes.
We want to see 18 women as ministers, and then the chairs of the boards, everything. We want to see that happening from today.
From today?
Yes.
All right. So, I mean, and of course, he alluded to the 26 things that he has committed to do in his first 120 days. And of course, we had already begun enumerating them. But Dr. Norman, before I come to you, I just want us to understand exactly what the president says that he's going to do, or what we can expect him to do in his first 120 days. We've already talked about some of the things that he says he will do in the first 90 days out of the 120 days. You know, for example, you know, nominating cabinet ministers within the first 14 days, constituting the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days, establishing a code of conduct and standards, holding a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy, and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Within the first 90 days in office, scrap the e-levy, the COVID levy, the 10% levy on bet winnings and emissions levy. Also review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Dr. Norman, you spoke about this. Commence the drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. He's appointed Gusitano to begin to take a look at that. He is also saying he will establish an accelerated exports development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation, convene a national dialogue on education, implements the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions. So now that John Mahama is president, those who are going to go into the first year, no academic fee policy. Introduce free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. The Ghana Medical Care Trust, or Mahama Cares Fund, commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools.
And that Dr. Norman has a challenge with. He thinks that we should also cater to the boys.
Cater to the boys as well.
Yeah, not necessarily providing pads.
But what do the boys need?
But
underwears.
Yeah, they need.
We can't compare the two. So please, I think we should drop that one.
No, we can't.
I guess that's on the lighter side.
I
guess that's on the lighter side.
It's very serious one. It's not
I guess that's on the
Many girls drop out of school because
of this. I'm talking about Dr. Norman's comments about the underwear for boys.
Oh, I think he was joking about it.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying that you can't compare the two because they are two different things.
Yeah, they are two different things.
And this
girls
one,
need.
Yes, because many girls drop out of school because of this.
At the time of the month.
And so we need to applaud government for that.
For doing that. Well, he also says that they will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. And I guess this is where the oral team will come in. The collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis, illegal printing of money, the $58 million National Cathedral scandal, illegal and inflated single source contracts, COVID-19 expenditure scandals, PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts deal, 13th Africa Games, Skytrain, Pualugu Dam, Mad Sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators and tricycles, Sputnik V, bus scandal, and others. So
he also says he will institute a government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets. I mean, prior to election 2024, there are a lot of concerns raised about that. You saw Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa raise red flags about a number of state assets that were being purchased by the Akufo-Addo appointees. He says you allocate seed money for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. That's Dr. Vinke, you spoke about it a while ago. And I think that's exciting news for you. Launched the following priority job creation programs in the first budget. That's the Junior Program, National Apprenticeship Program, and 1 million Coders Program. He commenced the review of the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles to rescue the local automotive industry at Swami Magazine, Kokompia, Bosokai, among others. He laid before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships, very critical, and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in awarding government scholarships, ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves, roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by legal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. Launched the Black Star Experience initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred tourism destination. Will this be a continuation of the the
year of return?
The year of return and beyond the return.
And beyond the return. Yeah, probably, and it will be a good way to go because you know one of the potential areas Ghana could really benefit from in terms of generating revenue tourism. And even boosting the economy is tourism, right? Because the more people throng into your country to visit your various tourist sites, to engage, in the parties and to just sightsee and all of that. They come with money, they book hotels, they pick public transportation, they go to pubs, they go to restaurants. So in essence, it's helping the economy and it is boosting the economy.
And even the local economy.
So if we're able to boost tourism, souvenir sale and all of that, it will go a long way to help this country recover from the economic doldrums.
He also commenced investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements, reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wogon by-election violence, murder of Ahmed Hussein Swale and Silas Wulacheme. He initiated a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRS spillage from the Akonsombo and pond dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta Eastern and the Greater Accra region. Two more initiates immediate steps to compensate the flood victims, including those in the Otu, Bono East and Savannah regions, and finally carry out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit making. So this is
these are the 26 things
that John Mahama says. He has a social contract with you for 90 days and some for 120 days. But Dr. Nowen, what did you make of the speech of President Mahama? And then later, I want us to touch on something that the special guest of honor, Bola Tinubu, mentioned, that they are looking forward to taking their countries out of poverty. Looking at the current state of Nigeria, that's quite interesting. Let's touch on President Mahama's inaugural speech.
Right. Thank you very much, my dear. The speech was inspirational, reconciliatory, in terms of how he appealed to former President Akufo-Addo.
And even eulogizing him.
Exactly. And I think that is a mark of a good human being and a good leader.
Why?
In addition to that, I believe that the speech stayed on course with the social contract and the NDC manifesto, which tells me that President Mahama is determined to achieve the promises that he has made. Unlike someone else who promised heaven and hell and did nothing. So I am emboldened by that. He's going to stay on course, and he expects the public to talk back to him, because he says he will listen to criticisms of his work. For me, that is a sign of a very humble, determined captain of this country who wants to do the right thing for the people. And so for me,
he also says he will tell the truth at all times.
Yes.
Of course. Of course. And one of the things I admire about the whole promise contained in the 120-day is that morality is going to take center stage in his government. I hope he really means it, because this country is dying out of ethics, lack of morality, the stealing, the corruption. It's all due to lack of ethics, lack of morality. So the code of ethics, I am hoping that we will get a chance to see it very quickly, and so that we can use it as a measure, test of moral fitness and ethical fitness and professional fitness in the people in his government. So all in all, it's fantastic.
Right. And we've been talking about the kind of people who will be in John Mahama's government. And we already know, and we've touched on this earlier, but let's touch on it again, that there are some 6 individuals so far whom we know have appointments in John Mahama's government, beginning with Julius Debra, who is the Chief of Staff. You can see there, Julius Debra was Chief of Staff under the first John Mahama administration, is Chief of Staff.
Sankofa.
Yeah, in this administration. Yeah, so that is Julius Debra. There are other appointments as well. There are 5 other appointments.
6 other. Well, the final one, he's just acting spokesperson.
Yeah, he's just acting spokesperson, right? So apart from Julius Debra, we've got Valerie Sawyer. I mean,
but that's Marietta.
Yeah, Marietta. So Marietta GHOne Brew appear.
She's legal counsel to the president.
Yes, she is. She was Attorney General. You remember, she was Attorney General under John Dramani Mahama until he left office.
And she's back to provide legal counsel. So that's Marietta GHOne Brew.
If this is any indication, probably it means that she may go back to being the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
I don't know. I can't.
I mean, there've been calls to bring her back.
Yeah.
You know, and there have also been calls to give other people the opportunity. But if this is anything to go by, then
we have
Prosper Douglas Bunny. He is the head of Interim Security Task Force in the immediate appointments that have been made. Prosper Bani served under John Dramani Mahama in his previous administration.
Yes, he
and
did.
He's back again. So it looks like there's a lot of Sankofa in that symbol was a symbol of bringing back a lot of things.
It reminds me.
I know. That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but yes, Prosper Bani there. Who will be head of Interim Security Task Force. So one of the immediate appointments that John Dramani Mahama has made. There are a few other, Dr. Callistus Mahama, Dr. Valerie Sawyer, and Gusi Tano as well. All of them are in there. The first, 6 or 7 appointments that have been made by President
Felix Kwachiofosu,
who is acting spokesperson. Yes, but Gusi Tano, like we've been telling you, is in charge of the 24-hour economy. So the biggest promise or the main campaign talking point of the NDC 24-hour economy has been handed over to this man.
Will be hinged around his advice. So he will be the man responsible for advising.
Gusi Tano has been a long-standing member of the NDC from the very beginning until he broke away from the NDC after the 2000 elections and did the National Reform Party. If you remember, Gusi Tano and the Reform Party, and then came back to the NDC.
Back home,
came back to the NDC. So that's Gusi Tano there for you. Presidential advisor responsible for 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Right, and that's one of the things which is also touched on in the 26 things that John Mahama will do in the first 120 days. So
just as the NPP highlighted free SHS, and it was one of the first things that is implemented. John Dramani Mahama is also taking sail with the 24-hour economy because it's one of the major things that he highlighted along the campaign trail. So, and then we have Felix Kwachiofosu, now member of Parliament for Abra Asebu Kwamankesi. He's the acting spokesperson of the president. In one of the very first immediate appointments of the president to the presidency. So he'll be speaking on behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, Felix Kwachiofosu.
Yeah, so he's been speaking for the transition team, right? He's been speaking for the transition team, and he remains acting
at one point
spokesperson.
He was a deputy information minister.
In the previous. So there's also Dr. Valerie Sawyer, who is a senior presidential advisor on governmental affairs. Who is in there as well, and Dr. Callistus Mahama,
who is the executive secretary to the president. So these are the immediate appointments made. President Mahama says in the first 14 days he is going to form his cabinet, and then he will make announcements for his ministerial nominees, and then Dr. Binka will be expecting
14 days. 14 days.
18 women.
14 days. 18 women.
So what will happen if there are less than 18 women in Mr. Mahama's government?
We begin to question why. We have to ask the questions. Because he said we should talk to him. He's a listening president. So we'll go back and say, Mr. President, there is something that we need to pay attention to. So we are glad that we are happy that he's listening, he's going to listen, and always open his doors. And also, fortunately, the number 2 person, or the next person by his side, is our own professor, who is the first female vice president. So we'll talk to her, and we'll talk to him, and we said 4 years will soon come on. These are the promises we have made. So please, and as I said, it starts, the fulfillment of these promises starts now. All the other ones, interim, acting, those one will let them slide. But this one, we will not. We are waiting. And we know that he's a man that who can keep his promise. As the doctor said it, there is a man who is humble, is a man who is honest, is trustworthy. So we are counting on that.
We'll see.
14 days.
Dr. Valerie Sawyer there. She's a senior presidential advisor, governmental affairs. Lantam, I don't know if you realize that at some point when names of speakers were being bandied about, her name was
her name came up. Her name came up.
Her name has always been constant.
Dr. Valerie Sawyer's name came up.
So it's remaining 17 women.
That's Callistus Mahama. He's executive secretary to the president. Will he remain executive secretary to the president throughout his 4-year tenure, or he will move him elsewhere?
It remains to be seen, of course. It's the prerogative of the president, right? He has the power to appoint and disappoint. So, I mean, wherever he tells you to go is where you go. If he says, I don't need you there anymore, he has the executive power to take you out of that office. And we know that John Mahama is not a president who is afraid of reshuffling.
True.
Right?
True.
He's not afraid of reshuffling at all, in any way, shape, or form. If he feels that there is a need to do a reshuffle, he will do a reshuffle. Yeah. And if he also feels as though you are not performing in one particular area or another, and you will be best suited in serving in another particular area, he will not hesitate.
Or you need to remove that top, because he said he's going to be acting firmly and timelessly. I mean, he has just 4 years, but he needs to leave a legacy. So I'm sure that if you want to serve, like he said, if you want to serve in his administration, come and serve diligently. If you're not ready, then you might as well stay on the sidelines and then cheer on.
And history has been made now.
Yes.
The first female vice president.
Exactly. I mean, for us as women, I mean, everybody knows this. I'm particularly very excited about this. Even on the candidature of Kamala Harris, I was excited about it. And this is a historic moment for me as a woman, to know that I can shatter every glass ceiling, to know that everything I set my mind to, I can achieve it. So it's a proud moment for every Ghanaian woman out there, not just Ghanaian women, for the ordinary African woman out there, for women at large across the globe, that listen, if Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman can do it,
I can also do it.
Yeah, so we have the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane.
I remember, I know Dr. Norman. I remember in 2016, prior to election 2016, I used to host a show that hosted women in politics, and very often the women were shying away from appearing on the platform. So I decided to vary it and bring on men, and the men were very ready, because the women claimed that, well, sometimes you come on and then people throw jabs at you. Maybe as society we need to be very accommodating, so that the women can also put themselves up for some of these positions, because I mean, a woman can, a man can. It is a job anyway.
It's how we've been socialized. Many women have been socialized to grow up, marry, and be home and all that. And then they think that you should be led and not you to be seen to be leading. So if a woman is in leadership, they want to see, everybody's wondering, will she succeed? They are thinking that she will fail. And if one woman is seen to have failed, then all women are seen to have failed. So we need to do some reorientation, not only of the women, but also of the men, all of us.
So now the man of the moment, the first gentleman of the land, the number one, the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the man who has gone through so much adversity, for the very third time in the history of the Fourth Republic, has been sworn in as president. John Dramani Mahama, risen through the ranks in politics to the high office of president, reset the country. It remains to be seen.
We in the media will also be carefully watching, because there are so many words that you threw about, that you are going to reset the country. You are going to be keenly monitoring. You said you're going to start work immediately.
Yeah.
We will not give you honeymoon. We are very impatient people. If Ghanaians have shown the NPP and President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia that, listen, we hold you to your words, we are also going to hold John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, to his words. We'll scrutinize everything he does and make sure that he delivers to the people of Ghana, because we gave him the mandate.
Right, and let's go to the Black Star Square once more. Even though proceedings of Parliament at the Black Star Square have ended, there are still quite a lot of people around. Our colleague Abdul Hanan Adam is engaging some of the people. Let's hear what they've got to say in the aftermath of the inauguration. We're still trying to connect to Abdul Hanan, and we've not been able to establish that connection yet. But of course, you could hear some of the drums in the background because people are still in a very jubilant and in a celebratory mode.
Yeah.
You know, because the president, you know, has been sworn in, right? So at the end of the 4-year tenure of the president. Okay, but before we even come to that, I believe that we have Abdul Hanan now, so we can go and see his engagements or join the feed as he engages, you know, some of the people who attended the inauguration.
And you decide to travel all the way from Ada to this place to witness the occasion.
I just came here to have an experience, to see everything with my naked eye. I don't want to see it on the TV.
With your what?
I don't want to see it on the TV. I want to watch it with my naked eye. That's why I came. And I'm very happy that I've reached here safe and sound, and I'm going back home safe and sound.
Okay, so looking at how excited you are, as you say, what are your expectations for the NDC government that was just sworn in a few moments ago?
I'm hoping for better Ghana. I hope His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will can change everything. The Ghana is very hard right now, as I'm talking, and I hope you will change everything back to normal, how it was before the NPP government came.
Isn't everything too much? When you say everything, isn't it too much? Or do you have some specific areas that you want this government to focus on?
Okay, what I want them to focus on is the economics is very hard. Things are expensive. We want them to reduce things so that we can buy and sell. We are all traders in Ghana. The small we get, the way things are expensive, if we buy, you don't get any profit. So we want them to reduce the things for us.
Okay.
That's all we want.
All right. She's all the way from Ada, and she came to witness this important occasion. So let me engage another gentleman. Your name and where are you coming from?
My name is Daniel Agbezudo from Volta region.
So you also came all the way from the Volta region. Why did you decide to travel all the way from the Volta region, about 4 or 5 hours, to be here?
Very good question. The fact remains that I could have sat down in my comfort zone and watch on the television, but the way we suffered, the way we struggled, the way we toiled to win this election, I decided let me come and feel it myself and watch John Dramani Mahama and the vice president myself. I don't want anybody to tell me what happened. I want to feel the euphoria, the excitement that accompanies the occasion. That is why I'm here.
So far, are you satisfied?
I'm extremely satisfied. Look at the number of people who have come all the way from the various places. I've attended a lot of inaugurations, but this one is historic in terms of the number, the euphoria, the excitement, and the message delivered by the president alone. I'm satisfied.
Well, what is your takeaway from his message?
That it is not about how long you live on this earth, how long you have ruled, but the legacy that you have left behind. It doesn't matter how short it has been. What are you leaving behind? What do the people remember you for? For me, it's my takeaway. What it means is that...
So Abdul Hanan there, you know, engaging some excited supporters of the NDC whom have seen John Mahama finally come back to office.
They came from far and near to witness this historic moment. But as we wrap up, let me take your final words, Dr. Norman and Dr. Binka.
Oh, yeah. I believe that the 26-point social contract are all good points. But in terms of implementing the first year free university education, it should be all inclusive. That means that the private universities should also be included. It cannot be just the government universities because the money that is being used are all being paid by Ghanaians. Sure. So as an operator of a private university, I want to see it included in the first year free university education. I think it will also go a long way to help Ghana educate a lot more of its youth. The future of this country belongs to the youth. And if we neglect them, we will neglect the country altogether. Altogether, we are all praying for President Mahama and his team to ensure that they follow the rules set up in the 120-day commitment to Ghana and to the General Manifesto of the MPP in compliance with the Constitution of Ghana. And if we're going to do amendment, we should make sure that it is done properly, so that in the future we'll have a more democratic system of government for all.
Dr. Minka.
First of all, I just want to say before we leave that I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the first female vice president and also the president. The professor has made us so proud as women of this country, and we want to say Ayiko to her. We are there to support her to succeed. And having said that, I also want to say that NDC has promised a lot. And when, as a human being, you promise something, it means that you have the ability to deliver it. And so since they have promised so many things within 14 days, within 90 days, within 120 days, and of course for the next 4 years, we want to see this happen. And I want to appeal to the president I want to remind him that he has 4 years, and he must see himself as a president in a hurry to leave some legacy. And so he has to start quickly and make sure that the work is done, so that by the 4 years, we'll be able to point to all the things that they are, and make sure that we say that they have been delivered. And above all, I want to remind him of the 30% that start from today. And within the next 14 days, we want to see evidence of that. And then we must run through all the 4 years. Okay. We are there to support him. If there's any challenge, the experts are there to support the government, and they have the mandate to deliver. So deliver they must. And we are saying congratulations to them. We are there. Okay. And the women of this country, we will do everything to make sure that the professor is not the only female vice president we will see in our time, and many more will come based upon her performance, and he has already showed that she has what it takes to do that.
I guess at this point we'll be waiting for a female president, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, in fact. She has opened the door.
Yeah, she has opened the door.
Yes.
So,
she has shattered that glass.
So we can wait for the first. But one other significant thing also is that this president has not been given only a solid presidential mandate, but has been given an overwhelming parliamentary mandate as well. Parliamentary majority. At the last count, 183 seats for the NDC, one shy of a 2/3 majority. 4 independent candidates have all decided that they want to do business with the NDC. So that then gives John Mahama an absolute majority of 2/3. And so it will be interesting to see the kind of parliament, that we are going to witness in the 9th parliament. How are they going to do their work? Is it going to be, Dr. Norman, you mentioned this earlier, a rubber stamp? Because, whatever I want to do, I don't need a minority for it. I can just go through. I can just go through it. I don't even need a minority. We hope that is not the posturing.
No.
Because the voices of the minority are always very important to keep the government on its toes. So Dr. Norman, what should the relationship, between the minority and the majority look like? And also, how should they use their majority status for the benefit of the people?
The NDC youth coordinator, deputy youth coordinator, said there should be no arrogance. And if you try to be arrogant, they will remove you out of office by force. That should be the mantra. If they humble themselves and they work with the team or with everybody around them, everybody in parliament, I think this country will go a long way to achieve the goals set in the NDC manifesto.
Right. So thank you. You wanted to
add? I want to say that
about parliament.
The majority that they have in parliament, the overwhelming majority they have, they should see it as an asset, an opportunity to make things happen and happen quickly. To bring about the changes that we are looking for. Because whatever we say, whether NDC likes it or not, it is the power of the people that are put them there, and the desire for people to see change. And that change, they have the opportunity to bring about. So this majority should not be used to abuse power, but to be used to bring about the change and to reset this country.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, okay, Lily, you to your final words.
We will be patiently waiting, we'll be scrutinizing and analyzing all the policies that President Mahama will put through to Ghanaians. And we're here. We're not going anywhere. We'll still be here, giving you the best experience here on the EIB network. But thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. Charity Binka. She is the chair of the African Women Leaders Network. Dr. Ishmael Norman is founder, president, Institute of Security, Disaster and Emergency Studies. And I always say, I never walk alone. I've been here with my better half on TV.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
The secret is out.
Yeah. I mean, the feeling is mutual. You know? The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. My better half is Lily Mohammed. My name is Lantam Papanko, and this has been our coverage of the inauguration of President GHOne Dramani Mahama. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned into GHOne television. There is more to come. We've got a whole lot of updates coming up for you in our bulletins for the rest of the day. Make sure that you catch me and Lily Mohammed on GH Today tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll be here, and we'll be dissecting some of the issues that arise as a result of this inauguration and more. So make sure that you do not miss it. So from all of us here, it's bye-bye for now.